Members, the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. The first head to be considered is head number 22, the Ministry of National Security. Head number 22, Ministry of National Security, $4,656,513,910. Yes, we're doing recurrent.
No, but that's the one. I think you should.
I will now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me first of all express my sincerest thanks and appreciation for giving me the opportunity to be part of this Standing Finance Committee to deal with the issues pertinent to the Ministry of National Security. Madam Speaker, it is recognized that in order for sustainable development to take place, it must be done in an environment that is facilitated by security. It's important for us to recognize that security environment must be so positioned that not only economic development can take place, but we can create an environment where our citizens can live peacefully, enjoy a good standard of life. And so in recognition of this, the Ministry of National Security also recognizes that we are in tribal economic times. And so we understand that there is a gap between strategy and resources. We want to also compliment the Minister of Finance for the budgetary allocation that he has provided to the national security, because I believe it is an understanding that for Trinidad and Tobago to treat with the many issues in the national security environment, there must be some kind of allocation. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to assure this House once again that as the Minister of National Security, the allocation would be done with astute management, financial management, to ensure that the allocated budget would be done to the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. I thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,656,513,910 for Head 22, the Ministry of National Security, shall stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $4,656,513,910 for Head 22, the Ministry of National Security, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under 6 subheads to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. I would like to suggest, and for the purposes of order and arranging for the free flow of this process, that we consider all items under the particular subhead or entertain all questions under the particular subhead and head before we move on to another head. Yes, but we're starting with the draft estimates of the current expenditure. So we are at page 120. And we are calling subhead 01, personal expenditure, which is on page 122. 121. I'm sorry.
120.
Item 1 is general administration.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, on page 120, we are given under subhead, head 22, subhead 01, we're given the total for recurrent, and at the very start, which is personal expenditure 01, we are shown on page 120 that there has been an increase in personnel expenditure. I showed in the column on the net decrease of 2.542 billion. And I would like to address the total before I get into the specific items, if I may, please. And to ask the question to the Honourable Minister of what is this increase of 2.542? What is it composed of? Does it mean more staff, more salaries? How is it composed? The 2.542 increase in personal expenditure on head 22, subhead 01.
The increase is due to a number of factors. One being there have been merger of different ministries. They've returned to prisons, for instance, forensics and others, back to the Ministry of National Security. There is also an increase in responsibility. There's an increase in salaries, and there's also an increase. There's also an arrears that is due to be paid off.
Thank you, Minister. Would you kindly share with us when you say an increase in responsibilities? What do we mean by that?
The increase in responsibilities to the Ministry of National Security has come about because of the return for prisons, for instance, and forensics, for instance. We now have the NOC under the Ministry of National Security. So based on that, we have an increased responsibilities in the Ministry of National Security.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, but you said it was due to three factors.
No, I said several factors. I only named
several,
three.
And you named three. So you name a merger of heads, salaries increases, and responsibilities. But you're now saying the responsibilities fall under the mergers of bringing other items of expenditure like NOC, prison services, and so on.
I said, and the arrears also. I said there is increased responsibilities based on the return of other department institutions to the Ministry of National Security. And of course the arrears.
So that is a subset of the merger of the heads?
Yes, of course. Yes, it is.
Okay. Under that item, if we go to page same page 120, on the personal expenditure, there are two items there. Well, salaries, it says direct charges. Have you found that line? On page 120, on the personal expenditure, salaries are direct charges, and allowances direct charges. Would you be so kind as to share with us what these are, these direct charges?
I will respond to the Minister of National Security. If you look at the appropriation bill in total, you will see the total appropriation is 54 billion. And with respect to head 22, the Ministry of National Security, the appropriation is 4.6 billion. However, when you look in the estimates that we are perusing, you will see the 2016 estimate for recurrent for national security is 5.7. The reason being, there are a number of direct charges on the consolidated fund that do not need to be appropriated. Okay? So that direct charges in this particular case do not need to be appropriated. So they would not form part of the appropriation of 4.6 billion. That's what it is. There's about $11 billion in direct charges within this year's budget, which is typical for any budget. It's normally 9, 10, 11, 12 billion. These are things that are paid first, salaries of judges and so on. These are all paid first. They're not appropriated. They're a first charge on the consolidated fund. The rest of us get paid afterwards. After all these direct charges are paid, then the rest of the allocation, is the appropriation. So this direct charge is something that is not required to be appropriated.
I appreciate your attempt at an explanation, but we are seeing in the estimates here, you're saying it's not in the appropriation bill, but we are seeing in estimates an increase of $633.965 million for direct charges. And my question was, what are direct charges composed of? What are these direct charges where we have an increase of $633.965 million and then $324.729 million? We're looking at $609, almost $1 billion increases on direct charges, and I'm asking, what are these direct charges? You said they would not be appropriated, but I didn't get from you, what do we mean when we say direct charges?
Salaries and allowances. If you wish further details, I would refer to the Director of Budgets, who is here with us,
Yeah.
and get further details to you in a short while. But these are salaries and allowances, as you can see.
Yes, in the estimates, they do say salaries and allowances, and then they say dash direct charges. What are the charges? And if you
I
can
will
get it.
if you require that level of detail, I will get it from the Director of
I
Budgets.
think that's the
for you.
purpose of this committee, sir.
No problem.
Thank you. And you see, it's repeated throughout on page 120. You have remuneration to members, direct charges. Vacant posts and salaries, COLA, direct charges. So you have at least 1, 2, 3, 4 items of these.
You can go ahead.
Please. I'm
You have
sorry.
both regiment, for instance, you have both salaries and allowances. Coast Guard salaries and allowances. I can give you some figures if you wish.
Sir, I would appreciate, but if you look at it at, again, page 120, subhead 01, the first item is salaries and cost of living allowance. Then you have it broken down. So give us some examples of these direct charges, if you can.
Right. The salaries direct charges are, for instance, with respect to the regiment, you have, for the 2015-2016, you have $758 million, $479,000. Allowances for the regiment for the same period, $354,790,000, and I can go on Coast Guard, Air Guard,
All the
public service, all of
services.
them. That's a combination of those would
And how then do we explain
civil servants.
the first item on the subhead 101 personnel
Because-
is salaries and cost of living allowance?
What you have is the first would be civilians, basically the civil servants or civilians, and the second one are the Defense Force and others.
Okay. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, may I be privileged to ask the Honorable Minister of National Security,
Everyone.
the overtime allowance for monthly paid officers moved from 2015 revised estimates of 18,860,000 and now to 2016 estimate 112,919,000 with an increase of $94 million for overtime for monthly paid officers. Is there a new strategy, or have you increased the amount of monthly paid officers, or are you anticipating increased overtime to account for a $94 million increase in overtime for monthly paid officers? And then also, under vacant posts, you have a large increase of $367 million from 2015 to $469 million in estimates for 2016 of monthly paid officers. Again, but these are under vacant posts. Are you intending to fill these positions? And if these are vacant posts, how many posts are vacant that will account for an increase of $367 million? Because you will take some time to fill those positions. And also, I'd like to ask, the remuneration to auxiliary fire unit increased by $23 million. I'm asking about 3 questions there because I used my 5 minutes to ask that.
You don't have 5, we have 5 continuous.
Yes, and settlement of arrears and to public officers under subhead 01.
That's one question.
Yeah. All right. You have no amount for settlement of arrears to public officers. It means then that the public officers have been paid all their arrears already.
They have been paid
answers the last question. Could you answer the first 3 if it's possible? Not all.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have some information for the Leader of the Opposition, with respect to the question asked earlier. With your permission, could I elucidate?
May I just suggest then that we allow the Honourable Minister to answer the questions of Caroni East, and then we will take.
With respect to the first question, all the arrears have not been paid, and there's still some arrears to be paid in this fiscal year.
But the estimate has
10 million?
10 million,
No, sorry.
10,000.
Yeah.
That's arrears to public officers.
Yeah.
So it means the public officers have been paid, with the exception of you needing 10,000 to pay the rest.
To pay the remainder.
Could you give us an idea what was paid already? Could you tell
It's
us
on
what
page 120.
arrears?
120.
You see, he says the increase is because of
120.
salaries, responsible arrests.
I'm on 01,
Yeah.
page 120.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Arrears. It's settlement of arrears for public officers.
That's a very interesting point, because in 2015, none was paid.
So where's the allocation for it?
It's in 10,000. It's in 10,000.
Because amazing, you get 5 billion to have to pay arrears.
In an effort to make the best use of time, could I just ask then that the Honourable Member for Diego Martin North East responds, because he has his information, while the Honourable Member, the Minister of National Security, may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the Leader of the Opposition would know,
Vote is not being used.
if you go to the other book, which says Draft Estimates of Expenditure for the Financial Year 2016, this book, and you go in that book to page Roman 20,
Roman what?
Roman 20 XX,
Is it recurrent expenditure?
Oh, it's this one.
Draft Estimates of
Expenditure.
Expenditure, which
Yeah,
is
we
the
have it, we have it.
establishment of the public service. Go to page XX, and you will see, and this follows for every single ministry, which you should know,
I don't know everything
having
like
done
you,
this
you know. You know
at least
everything.
5 times already when
I
you
don't
were
know
Prime
everything you
Minister. Under Ministry of National Security, you would see direct charges, personal expenditure, remuneration to members, regiment salaries, officers and other ranks, Coast Guard salaries, officers and other ranks. It goes down, Air Guard, allowances, direct charges, Coast Guard, Air Guard, regiment, vacant posts, Air Guard as it comes all the way around, contribution to national insurance. So all of the direct charges in the Ministry of National Security are listed there, and the total is 1.86 billion. And as I pointed out, this expenditure is charged on the consolidated fund and does not require to be appropriated. So that is the explanation for the various increases and the statement about direct charges, and that would apply to every single ministry. It's all in here.
I appreciate sharing this with us, Honourable Minister. But again, what this does is to give us the same thing. It says salaries, direct charges, salaries, direct charges. What it does is to give us the amounts for each of these direct charges, but still does not say what exactly these direct charges are composed of.
It's very clear. Regiment salaries, allowances, national insurance, and similarly Air Guard, Coast Guard, it's all there.
No.
Well,
Regiment.
it's
no,
ve-
no, we
it's
come
very
back,
clear.
if you want to go cross back to page 120, we said we have salaries, direct charges, allowances, direct charges. What this does on page 120 is to bring all the regiment, bring all the police, blah, blah, which is the ones they're showing us, Coast Guard and so on, into a total for this head 22. Yes? On page Roman 20, which you've now asked me to look at, what this does is to itemize each of these direct charges in terms of the quantity. But it still doesn't say what a direct charge is.
No, but I don't understand what more explanation you want. A salary is a salary.
Fair
An
enough.
allowance is an allowance.
Fair enough.
National insurance is national insurance.
Yeah.
Traveling is traveling. What more do you want?
No.
Do you want to know how much the traveling is for
No, it's
each
there.
rank?
That's on page Roman 20 and 21.
Well, what you want to know?
The quantities are there.
I mean, you have in this book a breakdown for every unit in national security, the head office, the regiment, the Coast Guard, the Air Guard, their salary, their wages, their NIS, their traveling, their allowances. They are all direct charges, and as I said, direct charges are charged to the consolidated fund without the need for an appropriation. What more do you want to know? No. But there's no more to know. These are facts.
Are they salaries? You said that the direct charges do not.
They are not
They're not
appropriated.
That's a different
So
point.
why are they not appropriated?
They do not form part of the appropriation bill. You only appropriate
That's not the issue.
the items that are not direct charges
not
on the
the issue.
consolidated. What is the issue, madam?
I'm asking you to give me an
Deputy,
example of a direct
Member for
charge.
Superior. Pardon?
Direct charge for the regiment. Look, they're here. Direct charge for the Coast Guard. They're here. They could tell me.
It says salaries. What more do you want to
Yeah,
know about
but
salaries?
you have salaries and cost of living as item 2 under personal expenditure. What is the difference? Where you have salaries, direct charges, there must be an answer.
Salaries, direct charges, the total is 1.18 billion.
It is
1.818 billion in salaries, and there's a breakdown here. Regiment 750,000, 758 million,
Quantities.
Coast Guard 338 million, Air Guard 89 million. It adds up to 1.18 billion. Madam Speaker, I don't know what more to say.
Honorable Minister of Finance, if I understand the question from the member of Superior, I think it may assist if one explains how under, say, the regiment,
What is
there
a
can
direct
be
charge?
salaries and there can be salaries, direct charges.
No, Madam Speaker. When you, sorry, Chairman, when you go to Roman 20, it is crystal clear. The wording is salaries dash direct charges. In other words, the salaries are the direct charges. So what more is there to say? I mean, in this book it says salaries, direct charges. In this book it says salaries, direct charges. This is a breakdown. This is an aggregate. What more is there to say? Do you want to know the
Chair.
salaries of every single rank in the regiment?
No, we have the quantities.
So what you want
Again,
to know?
on page 120, 01, salaries and cost of living. You have salaries there. Then you come lower down and you have salaries, direct charges. Madam Chair, I think your explanation, I think we'll move on. The Minister doesn't appear to see
I think
that
you
there is a
know
difference.
exactly what is going on.
Yeah.
You know exactly what is
So
going
that you,
Take Minister go, yeah, well, because he's not prepared to answer
vacate this
further.
question.
on. Yeah.
And
The
therefore,
member knows
can,
exactly what is going on.
is the Honorable Minister of National Security available to answer the questions of the member for Caroni East?
Question with respect to the monthly charges, the monthly daily pay is based on increased in salaries and overtime. And we have the additional people such as the lifeguards, probation services, the monthly overtime, the daily rated, monthly paid officers. Monthly paid, you asked a question pertaining to the monthly, right?
What part of the question you are answering for us?
The one that you referred to with respect to the charges in relation to the monthly paid officers.
Right, okay,
Right, I'm saying
overtime?
that-
Overtime.
Is that overtime?
Is it overtime or the overtime, yes. Yeah.
Yes, Minister.
Has to be the overtime. Has to do with the additional entities that came to the Ministry of National Security,
So they'll have more.
such as the lifeguard and so on. And therefore we do have overtime based on that.
Sure, you could just help us a little bit in determining what are the areas
What are the-
that came in that would necessitate the overtime
I can provide you with those details later on.
and the increases.
Yeah, sure.
You could help us with that?
I can do that. Provide you with that later.
Yeah, well, if you can get the answer, meanwhile. and then the allowance from monthly paid officers. You have it under vacant posts. If these are vacant posts, you will have to fill them to be able to pay the allowances for these monthly paid officers, because you have an increase of 367 million here. Vacant, but it comes under vacant post allowances.
Separate line item.
All right. Yeah, okay, allowances monthly paid officers. Could you help us with that for the massive increase from 100 million to 469 million?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
You have an increase of about 367 million for allowances for monthly paid officers. Could you help us to indicate who are these to be paid?
How many?
And how many? Monthly paid officers.
What is that item comprised of?
Yeah.
You're not asking to give us names of these officers, but what is it comprised of?
That will cause
Monthly
an
paid
increase.
officers,
Yeah.
like whom? Give us some examples, and about how many persons is it that there's going to be an increase in those numbers to bring up this increase in the allocation?
Of 367 million.
We have monthly paid officers in the general administration in the ministry. We have those who came back from the probation services, and we have also in the lifeguard.
Lifeguard,
In the lifeguard also,
probation,
and lifeguard and
prisons.
probation services. Messengers and those kind of people.
Yeah.
So it make up a number of different people.
So that increase, if I'm to understand correctly, that increase does not mean that there'll be more staff and more monthly paid persons employed. It is just a question of the transfer of more officers from another ministry, which was a former ministry, into your present ministry.
Yes, it means that to somewhat. Yes, it does.
So we're not getting any new monthly paid officers, am I to understand correctly?
Well, if they're vacant posts, we have to fill them. But there, what we're talking about is a combination of whether those who have came back to the ministry and the new ones that came into the ministry.
This increase will account for their increases.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah. And the last one, Honorable Minister,
You don't have any questions about on this?
The allowances to the regimental force.
yeah, Honorable Minister, the arrest to public
There's
officers.
agreement, right, discussion with the CPO to do that.
In 2015, nothing was paid, and in 2016, you only have a 10,000 estimate. Does it mean then that the monthly paid of the public officers, what's the issue now in terms of arrears for the public officers? Were they not paid last year? Are they not going to be paid this year? Because nothing is in the estimates for last year, and only 10,000 in it for this year. Those are the public officers of the Ministry of National Security.
They would be paid from salaries and COLA, not from that particular vote.
Minister, does it then mean that in terms of arrest of public officers, that you have not inherited any in this head 22? You remember the Minister of Finance said we inherited, the government inherited a $5 billion bill from the previous year, 2015. So if there's only a 10,000.
It's not the 10, it's under the salaries and COLA. That's where the figure is.
Sure.
It's under salaries and COLA.
Am I to understand that settlement of arrears to public officers, there's only 10,000 outstanding to be paid in 2016?
No, that is not.
But that's what the estimates are showing. Is it wrong here? Is that wrong here, sir?
That arrears is being paid from salaries and COLA.
Madam Speaker, may I come
So
in here?
is this wrong?
May I come in here, Madam Speaker?
Or wait.
Thank you very much.
Same question.
Certainly, as the Leader of the Opposition will know, arrears are included in the line item for salaries. This has been the case in this country for 30 years.
Sure. So thank you very much, Honourable Minister. So what is settlement of arrears to public officers, which is a separate line item of 10,000 was to pay whom? How is this different from the arrears you're saying you've included up on top under salaries?
How are you differentiating?
There's two items.
Very shortly.
Yes.
Shortly.
Therefore, in the meantime, I recognize the honourable member for Tobago.
Sure.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I just wanted a clarification for my own interest and the interest of the public who's viewing this. In the appropriation bill, the amount that is being appropriated is $4,656,513,910. But in the draft estimates of expenditure document, the amount that was referred to by the Honourable Minister of Finance and stated here under item 22 is $5,704,747,960. And what the Honourable Ministers tried to explain is that the difference between what was being appropriated and what was in this document is the direct charges.
Yes.
I just want something to be made clear, that while this entire document, the appropriation bill, says $54,762,000,000 being appropriated, the real expenditure is really what is given here, $62,990,037,305. $62,990,037,305, compared to what might be mistaken by the population to believe that it's only 54.7 billion. But the total expenditure given in this document, draft estimates of expenditure, where the 5.7 billion is referred to and not the 4.656 million, is really 62,990,000,000. So is this the real expenditure in total, which includes the 5.7 billion compared to the 4.6 billion? In other words, this gives the impression that the expenditure, well, what has been appropriated is the expenditure, but in reality it seems that this is not the expenditure. The expenditure is really $62.9 billion and not 54.7 billion. Am I right to say that the real expenditure is 62.990?
Madam Chairman, as the member knows, direct charges are not part of the appropriation, and I have made it crystal clear on a number of occasions that the expenditure for this year is 63 billion.
So that the real expenditure is 63 billion.
Well, I've said that about 10 times.
Not 54.
Would you like me to say it an 11th time?
Could I then?
But let's deal with this matter of settlement.
You have the response.
Yes. What this means, and the reason why it's so small, is that this has nothing to do with collective agreements settled in 2015. There are a few public servants, a handful, who would have benefited from collective agreements settled many, many, many years ago. And this small number is intended to deal with them. The inclusion of arrears, back pay, within the salaries head has been the practice for many, many years. This refers to past years, going back many, many years ago. There be one or two public servants who still have not received their arrears from, say, 20 years ago, and that's what this is for. It has nothing to do with 2015. The arrears, just for the record, in each head, the arrears will be under the salaries item. Okay?
Can I please ask if the arrears are not included on that item we just looked at, and I'm to understand it's under salaries and cost of living allowance. How much out of that 1 billion or 2.5 billion constitutes arrears to public servants
in order to
public officers?
In order to assist the Parliament and members opposite, what I will do is get the breakdown for you, for all. Rather than the question being asked for every single ministry, we'll get a breakdown for you. We came up with it's actually about 4.95 billion. We'll get a breakdown for you. Okay? Sure. I'll provide that information to you. I wouldn't want to put a time frame on it, but within a reasonable time, we will get it.
Honourable Minister of Finance, we will have to put a time frame on it. I would say if before the end of the budget debate, if that could be done.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I now call upon the honourable member for Oropich East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Honourable Minister of National Security, I'm at remuneration to board members. There's an increase here to $1.677 million, or $777,000 increase. And I wanted you to just explain for us briefly what would constitute this increase for the board members.
We're on page 120. And it's the third to last item in 001.
So the new additions of board and increase in the board fees, they don't be boards.
This has to do with new boards that come to the Ministry of National Security from the Justice Ministry, such as the Mercy Committee and so on. So, Mercy Committee, yeah. Another board. So, that's correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Mr. Minister, in the budget we heard of the joint patrol initiative and border patrol and so on. Is that also factored in here as a board that you would be appointing? And what would be the nature of that vis-a-vis boards, agency, and so on?
That would not.
I know.
I don't have to consider it now because the boards I can't decide it right now.
That would not fall into that.
This is going to come out of the development program because it's a new initiative. It's going to be under the development program when you get it.
That would not be included in this. It will come out of the development program as a new project.
As
So
a
we
new
do that,
project?
Yes.
But
Right. It
does
would
that-
not be under this line item.
Would that establishment require legislative change?
Perhaps it might.
It might. And do you?
But
Okay, you're not sure
not sure
at
as
this
yet, no.
time, but is there a time frame within which, because it's a very interesting proposition you made in the budget and in your contribution, is there a time frame on the establishment of this joint patrol enterprise of some kind?
It's based on consultation,
Okay.
determine the time frame. So I
So
can
the
give you a time.
consultation that would take place would determine a time
Of
frame
course.
and whether or not legislation is required?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I call upon the honorable member for Caroni Central.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I just have one question. Based on the responses by the Honorable Minister of National Security as well as the Minister of Finance, under personal expenditure, I am understanding the ministers to mean that the only additional costs that might accrue under personal expenditure for new recruitment, that is to say new employees, is if the vacant posts are filled to the tune of $19.4 million. Is that correct? And that everything else covers existing employees in the system, and the increase is simply because of the amalgamation of institutions under the Ministry of National Security. I just want to have that clear.
Their salaries and object contribute.
Not sure what head the member is on.
No, what I'm looking at page 120, 01, personal expenditure, and I'm seeing the increases under various heads and subheads, right? And the explanation given is that these relate to existing employees and have to do with certain things, whether it is back pay, whether it is the rate of salary or whatever. But there is one item here which is 19.440 under vacant posts under 01. So I am asking if the only additional new employees that we can expect based on this expenditure estimate are those that might be recruited under that vacant post subhead.
And that is why I asked, I wasn't sure what head the member was on.
Yeah.
Because the member has been a minister in 2 different administrations and will know, and I am certain the member knows, that the employment of personnel is catered for under at least 2 heads, under personal expenditure head 01, but if you also go to page 127, under goods and services 0216, as the member knows, you also have a provision for contract employment. So if you want the answer to that question, you would have to look at both the provision for contract employment and the provision for vacant posts. And therein you get your answer.
Well, that makes it clear.
Good. Thank you very much.
Can I then call a member for Couva South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it has really a follow-up in terms of how many vacant posts exist within the, or what led to, in terms of numbers, this allocation of 19,440,000, and how many vacant posts this is catered for, and could we get a breakdown in relation to the various areas within the Ministry of National Security?
Honorable Member, it appears that that information, the detail of that information is not available today, but the government has given an assurance that we'll get it before the end of the budget debate.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Can we now have the member for Naparima?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I would just like to find out under remuneration to the auxiliary fire unit. I see it's almost double, the expenditures, the proposed expenditures are almost double.
Member, could you kindly, are we still on page 121?
Oh, we're on 121.
120. Oh, you're on 120? 01?
01.
You're under the big head, yes.
Yes, remuneration to the auxiliary fire unit.
Yes.
And it moved from 18 million 2015, the revised estimates to almost double, 41.4 million. Does this represent an increase in remuneration or increase in the numbers, and therefore an increase? And if you could just, perhaps not now, but give us an idea of the numbers that exist and the numbers proposed.
I can't give you the numbers now. But the increase due on remuneration and also restructuring of the auxiliary services at this point in time. There's an additional strength in the auxiliary service at this point in time, but I can't give you the exact numbers. That can be provided at a later date.
Thank you. And again, Honorable Minister, if it could be provided by the end of the budget.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and then therefore, I call upon the Honorable Member for Miaro.
After. It's okay. Yeah. Once you know,
We have it.
I'll wait.
Honorable Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's just a follow-up question to the member for Naparima. It was a similar query in terms of the fact that there has been a 100% increase in terms of the remuneration to the auxiliary fire officers. Again, I think you've answered part of it, and the context that I was phrasing that question would have been in the fact that in my constituency there are quite a few auxiliary fire officers who have not been given postings for quite some time. So my question would have been, is this increase going to mean that a lot of those auxiliary officers who are now at home will be posted at fire stations, more so in our new fire station in Mayaro? Perhaps if you can give me some indication if that increase will mean those auxiliary officers can look forward to some postings very soon. Thank you.
There's an examination process being conducted by the Acting Chief Fire Officer, and I'm sure he's taking that into consideration in terms of staffing throughout Trinidad and Tobago, wherever that is required.
Madam Chair.
1 minute, please, Honorable Member for Tabukit. And could we then call on the member for Kamuta Mansanilla? We'll note that you wish to speak.
I think the question was asked about the auxiliary firefighters. I know that there is a concern on the ground for persons who wish to be made permanent because there are a lot of openings, and if at all it will be considered. So thank you.
May I then call upon the Honorable Member for Siparia?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to take us back to the questions raised by my colleague from Oropouche East on the joint border patrol. Whilst it is not mentioned either in the recurrent estimates, nor is it mentioned in the DP. I know we are not at the development program yet, but just suffice it to say, from my reading of it, there is no allocation being made whatsoever for the joint patrols. Now, I've heard the Honourable Minister say that you have to have review, consultation, develop a policy, and then come to the Parliament. So if I am to understand that, is it that this new entity that the Honourable Minister plans to put into place to fight crime, is it that there is no allocation for it in these estimates? Because I have found none, whether in recurrent or in development program.
We are in the planning stage, and therefore we're looking at conceptual clarification at this point in time, and therefore we'll come up possibly by the midterm review. But we are the planning, so there's no cost right now in terms of the planning stage.
So by the midterm review, we will be seeing a further increase in reallocation.
Perhaps, or probably a reallocation.
The other item, which I have searched diligently, mentioned, and again I see nothing on the recurrent for personal expenditure, goods and services, transfers and so on, which come under recurrent. And again, I'm sorry I have to go also to DDP to look at an initiative mentioned in the budget statement, and I think by your good self and in the run-up to where we are now, about the local constabularies. Mm-hmm. What exactly does this entail? And again, is any allocation made here for local constabularies and the recurrent or the DP, or is that also for review and consultation and so on?
The concept is actually to have police at the local and municipality areas, but that is under the Commissioner of Police. So you'll see that line item under Commissioner of Police. You'll see that.
Okay, sir. May I therefore call on the Honourable Member for Tabakit?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just wanted to go back to something the Honourable Minister of National Security said, that they were restructuring the auxiliary fire officers division or what have you. In restructuring, is it that you are going to be recruiting new auxiliary fire officers? And if so, what is the process you are going to be using for recruitment? Because I cannot recall seeing an advertisement out for auxiliary fire officers.
The restructuring may lead to an increase or may need in different kind of organizational structure, so that you may not have seen an advertisement as yet because may not have reached that stage as yet. But there is
But what is the process normally for recruiting auxiliary fire officers? Are there advertisements that are put out for these fire officers?
To the best of my knowledge, there are advertisements, but I can confirm and provide accurate information for you at a later stage.
Thank you.
May I call upon the Honourable Member for Caroni East?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Honourable Minister, and probably this for the Minister of Finance as well.
Honourable Member, I'm sorry, could you kindly talk into the microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I thought I usually have a loud voice, but all right. We notice under this book, the draft estimates of the expenditure, but it's under personal expenditure, which is related to 120, page 120.
Yes.
We have the personal expenditure as $3.937 billion. And the total head for national security is 6.62 billion. At the bottom, that is page 92 of the one on personal expenditure. Now,
Member,
estimates of expenditure.
That one.
Page 92?
Page 92.
Okay. Thank you.
Head 22.
Thank you very much.
That's a total.
That would include the charges, direct charges.
Yeah.
So that's how you get the total. Okay? Since we're having trouble with the direct charges thing, you have to add the two.
Yeah. I just wanted to confirm, Honourable Minister and Minister of Finance, that the personal expenditure of close to 3.9 billion out of the 6.6 allocated for national security is possibly more than about 55–60% of the total expenditure for national security. So personal expenditure is about roughly approximately 60%. And so therefore, it would seem across, I don't know if I can extrapolate, but I know from the Ministry of Education as well, Ministry of Education personal expenditure was about 60% as well. So can we say across the board, Honorable Minister of Finance, you may enlighten us more on it, that out of the budgets generally, nationally, for personal expenditure and personal emoluments, we would be looking at about 55–60% of the expenditure, because this is national security, and I can speak firsthand from education, and these are two large ministries. So if we're looking at 60% personal expenditure in national security and 60% in education, which are the two largest budgets of $20 billion over a period of time per year, we're looking at approximately $12 billion per year in just these two ministries alone. So for 5 years, we would have probably looked at $60 billion in expenditure for the ministries in personal expenditure. Am I on the right track, Honorable Minister of Finance?
Finish?
Yeah.
Okay, the percentage between personal expenditure, goods and services, transfers and subsidies and other heads of expenditure will vary from ministry to ministry. But there is absolutely no doubt that personal expenditure is a large proportion of the budget, and that would explain whenever you increase salaries, that's why you get such a large hit on the budget in terms of increased emoluments and also back pay. So it is a very significant component of expenditure. No two ways about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing that we have taken the entire subhead of 01 as a whole, can I then suggest we move on to subhead 02, which is goods and services?
I think so. That's a good move.
Yes.
I'm not sure if we have exhausted the entire ambit.
Honorable Member for Oropus East, I waited a while. There were no further questions. So that's why I may have been erroneous in my assumption.
Madam Chair, you were not erroneous.
No, not
Perhaps we did not fully appreciate what you were trying to tell us. We have dealt with items under page 120, which deals with the totals for each of these subheads. But that does not stop us, with due respect, from going on to 121, page 122, which drills down into each of these items. So we may want to, as you're suggesting, go to 02, which is goods and services. We can talk generally. Minor equipment and the current transfers. So we deal with all on page 120, and then we proceed, with your leave, to page 121.
All right. So might I ask for my own clarification, Honorable Member for Siparia? Therefore, now we are going into the sub-items, item 1, 2, 4, as outlined.
Yes.
Yes? All right. So can I call then item 1, general administration?
Okay? Which is on page 121, yes? Yes, Madam?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah, page 121. Okay. See, sets of questions, you see, under. Put it on page 120 with the main heads. We come now on the personal expenditure, general admin, overtime monthly paid officers for general admin. We see an increase of $6,000, which is not much in the scheme of this large budget. But I would still like to know, with respect to that, how many persons would this money be used to service, to pay? How many persons on the monthly paid officers, do we know?
Establishment, the size of the establishment. You could get it from here, you know. Look at here. Look at here.
So we need to do that.
Same thing, to page 121.
This is made up of messengers and drivers.
Do we know how many persons?
I don't have the number, but it's made up of messengers and drivers.
Honorable Minister of Finance, might I suggest that you may be able to assist? I don't know if page 93 of this book may assist.
Could I get some clarity on the question, please? Said page 92. Which page is it? 121? Where is it? This is just in one department, general administration.
Just the general admin of,
one would assume that
of the ministry.
one would assume there wouldn't be much overtime there. There might be. You're talking about overtime to monthly paid officers?
Yeah, monthly paid.
You want to know who they are?
We're looking at 200. No, I didn't ask who they are. I said how many.
No, listen. You
776.
All right, but you shouldn't just look at the increase.
1,000.
You should look at the allocation.
706. I'm looking
Yes,
at it.
but the allocation in 2015 was 700,000.
Sure.
So the budget analysts have estimated that the overtime paid in 2015 and what will be paid in 2016 will be more or less the same. If you want further details, you want to know the categories of persons who would have taken overtime?
No, I didn't ask the categories.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that
numbers.
they have simply indicated that they expect overtime to be approximately the same. In 2016, do you want to know the total number of persons who would be receiving these payments? What exactly you want to know?
Number of officers.
The number of people.
Number of officers.
Yeah, the number of officers in GA, in general.
Would it be more? Would it be less?
Whether it's the same number of people, because it could be a combination of more people, less overtime, less people, more overtime. So I'll get the information for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is there anyone else on?
Following on the question of the member for Superior, Madam Chair, if you look at overtime as a whole, overtime for daily rated and monthly paid, and you add the two, you get about $121 million for 2016, which is an increase of...
what line are you on?
Sorry. I'm looking at page 120, overtime, daily rated, and overtime monthly paid. And the total amount of overtime for 2016 is $121 million, if you add it up.
I thought we'd gone on to
I'm
general
going to my question.
Honorable Member, in our setting our procedure, we had asked that we exhaust the particular...
But you see, the question was raised, Madam Chair, with due respect, because now we are looking at overtime, and we have been speaking, the Minister of Finance talked about prudent management, about efficient management, about cost savings. And my question is, has the ministry decided upon doing an analysis of whether this level of overtime is justified and whether efficiencies in terms of administration can be implemented to cut down on this level of overtime and save the country money?
Yes.
Well, I'll come next year and ask you why it is you didn't save or save.
Well, you're speculating. We will take...
I have the right to ask.
We will take your advice very seriously. You're asking us to try and contain and reduce overtime, and we will take your advice very seriously. It's a large item of expenditure, and we will try our best to reduce and contain overtime. Your suggestion is well noted. Thank you very much. That's why I said yes.
Quick clarification from the Honourable Minister. Remuneration for members of the Cabinet-appointed committees. Would you be in a position to just state the Cabinet-appointed committees that are functioning now at the Ministry? That's
sub-item 14?
14, yes.
On page 121,
Yeah.
sub-item 14.
To see who they are.
Time, Madam Chairman, they will get the list for you. It's a series of committees within the Ministry of National Security.
Yeah. Could I ask, in the interest of time as well, if the Minister could give an undertaking that before the completion of the budget exercise, that you could furnish the Standing Finance Committee with a list of all those cabinet-appointed committees and the membership of those committees.
Membership as well?
Yes.
Well, I'm sure we can get a list of the committees.
But what
we
would
will try our
prevent
best
you?
to also get the membership for you. We'll try our best.
Would that be difficult to get the members of the committee?
There should be no problem.
Okay. Could you give an undertaking to do that?
We'll try our best.
The minister.
I can do that, but these are committees that have been in existence, not today, so for some time.
Like to refresh
They've
our
been there.
minds,
They've been there for some time.
We'd like to refresh
like the
our
Emblems
minds
Committee, for
with the
instance.
members.
Yeah, sure, please. I will do that.
I would just like to remind all members that all assurances given here will be followed up by
That's
the
fine.
Committee on Government Assurances. Okay, so have we exhausted item 1?
Which one? 121.
121.
Anything on 122?
Can we go on to item?
But there are pages.
Oh, all right.
If you do that.
Yes, all right.
So I think MP has 122.
So we're on page 122, so that we're going on to the item head 002.
Yes.
Which is fire service.
Yep.
Yes. Honorable Member for Karen
Madam
East.
Chairman, thank you. Under salaries and cost of living allowance for the fire service, we have an increase from the revised estimate in 2015 of $220 million now to $545 million in the fire service, increase of $325 million. Would the team be kind enough to explain what occasioned this massive increase, more than probably 100 and possibly 150% or 130% around there, from 220 to 545 for salaries in this and cost of living in the fire service? Are you increasing staff exponentially, or what is happening?
Are you saying that on record or not?
Combination of arrears, increased salaries, and vacant posts.
A combination.
Combination of arrears.
Vacant posts are listed elsewhere.
No, member for Siparia. If you look at the explanation, it states clearly includes provision for vacant posts.
Yes.
So there's a combination of vacant posts, arrears, and increased salaries.
So if that increase is more than 120% approximately, are you saying that there are so many vacant posts that you intend to fill, so the fire service has been running?
The arrears would be a significant
if you
component.
will allow me.
Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
And as I indicated, we can do this for, as I said, we'll give you a breakdown for all.
Minister, it is not accurate to say that if you can show me which line item says vacant posts on the fire service, includes
Straight
provision
across,
for
go
posts
straight
with
across.
incumbents.
Go straight across.
With incumbents.
Still vacant posts.
If you look at prison service, you actually have a separator head for
We're not on prison
line items.
service.
May I ask, are we moving on to item
We're
4?
not
I'm
on
asking,
prison
why is there
service.
a difference on the vacant posts?
So may I suggest then, Honorable Member for Siparia, your wait prison services for when we reach there, and maybe you can make the
comparison.
analogy. Okay?
Well, you continue.
Yeah,
The MP wasn't finished.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
Thank you, Madam.
Minister of Finance, in provision for vacant posts with incumbents, that means people are in the position and they are being paid now. So therefore, there should be no increase if they're being paid already. If there are vacant posts and they're paid from the old salary in 2015, they are incumbents, so they're being paid in 2015 already. So 2016 should not occasion an increase, probably a minimal thing, but not to the extent. You need to explain really why we jumped from 220 million to 545 million.
I thought I did.
No,
This includes,
come clear now.
Includes vacant posts with incumbents, arrears of salary, and increased salaries.
Yeah, well, you know, we will end this budget, the Finance Committee, and we will not get a clear appreciation of how much money we really owing in arrears of salaries, which you have now for 2016 across the board. So this we just need to do in national security now. So I'm sure when we come to other ministries, we'll have the same situation.
I said I would do it for all ministries.
You will
I
do it.
said that. I'm a member for Carolina
All right,
East.
yeah, okay.
I was
take your
very
word.
clear. Let me repeat myself again. In the interest of time, since this is obviously an issue, I will do it for all heads. I've said that this is now the 4th time.
Okay, we hear you.
I really don't want to say it a 5th time because next thing you'll say that, I'm getting on bad or something like that. But I really don't want to say it 5 times.
No.
Please
we
don't
hear
ask
you.
me for a 6th time.
We hear you and we appreciate
Okay,
it.
I have given an undertaking. I'll try my best to give you the breakdown for all ministries. Okay?
Okay, all right.
And my call now the Honorable Member for Prt13.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister of Finance, could you, 2 things, right? 01, the salaries and cost of living allowances. Since it has jumped 325 million, is that for contract workers? No. What kind of workers are you going to put there? Contract, non-contract, or what type? That's one. No. Well then, clarify, please.
But contract workers is under goods and services. Other contracted services.
Incumbents. I'm saying salaries and for cost of living allowance for who?
Establishment posts.
All right. On 04, the allowances, I'm going to 04 now. Okay. 04. All right. The
Members, excuse me. I believe the member for Prt13 is the one who...
On thanks, Madam Chair. 04, the allowances for the monthly paid officers, it has jumped to 124 million. The increase. Could I ask why?
There were collective agreements that were settled, or collective agreements are in progress as we speak. You have no understanding of the $5 billion in emoluments.
Okay, would it not have been wiser for you to enumerate that first prior to coming here, so we could jump past these arrangements, these items?
I don't quite understand.
But if you had given us the breakdown of the $5 billion that you
I had to
indicated,
do that before we did the estimate.
it would have been wise, because then you would have not been asking these questions now.
That is very abnormal.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Prt East.
Thank you very much, Chair. I dare not ask the Minister to repeat himself again for the 12th time on the salaries and costs of living.
And we only on the first head.
But I wanted to, the Minister said in the interest of time, we have 5 days, so you can get yourself comfortable.
No.
Minister, could you give us, or make an undertaking, because I don't expect you to have it now in front of you, an undertaking to give us a breakdown of that increase from 220 to 545, what would be the provision for vacant posts with incumbents? What would be the provision for arrears? What would be the provision for salary increase in that $325 million jump? That's my first request. And secondly, you made reference a few moments ago to new collective agreements and so on. Just remind us, when were those collective agreements settled?
Well, you should know.
I'm new to the 11th Parliament.
You were in the government.
That's not proper answer.
Honorable Minister for Finance, could you kindly respond?
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry I was not in the last government. I can't give you the precise date. I will get the information. But some of these would have been settled already. Some of them would have been close to settlement. I will get the information. But it was something initiated by the past regime.
And therefore do I
But they're
take it?
asking me what they did.
And therefore
No
do
problem.
I take it that
I'll get the
before-
information.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate to the gentleman that
To the honourable.
member
Yes, please.
that I asked that for a specific question. I'm aware, and I should be aware, this was settled by the last administration with significant salary
So
increase
you are
and so
aware,
on.
so what you asking
But I
the
wanted to
question
know when, so that we can calculate this increase,
All right.
to see if the calculation of the increase synchronize properly with when that increase took place. So that is why I'm asking you
But
to
I have
just
given
point
an
us, to give us that
And
undertaking.
therefore, I think the undertaking...
I'm aware our government did that.
Members,
good job.
please.
Yes.
I therefore, the undertaking has therefore taken care of the issue, and therefore may we proceed, and I would now call upon the Honourable Member for Caroni Central.
So you can't remember when he said the agreement?
Actually,
You can remember?
it's not really a question. I think the thing that is eluding all of us here is that given the level of salary increases that we know and the additional items that these take into account, the increase of way over 100% seems somehow to elude us, and that's why we need the clarification.
Madam Chairman, may I make a general statement? These numbers were prepared by the Budgets Division based on information provided by the Chief Personnel Officer's Office, by the various ministries, by the Ministry of Public Administration, by the various departments, by the various units. I will be the happiest man if when we go through these things in due course, we can make some savings if, in fact, some of the estimates are a bit lower than or a bit higher than they should be. But this is based in the usual way on calculations done by the CPO, for example, with respect to the police. When we get to that, you'll see almost $1 billion increase, $900 million increase in personal expenditure for the police service. And this is based on the information that is given to the Budget Division by the responsible units within the public service. I understand that some of the increases may appear astonishing, but this is why it has been calculated that there is this $5 billion problem in 2016. And as I said, we on this side will be very happy if we can save some expenditure, if in fact when we get into we drill down into this and we find that it's not 325 million, for example, it's 320 million, we'll be very happy because it will assist us with respect to the deficit and with respect to balancing the budget. So I give an undertaking. We will give the calculations as they have been given to us in the normal way by all of the units of government. And as we go through the year, if we achieve savings, I will most certainly let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I agree with the undertaking given by the Minister of Finance. But just to be specific, our understanding is that the increases negotiated were in the range of 14%. And if that is true, it explains the concern by my colleague from Caroni Central, when we look at the allowances and see almost 100% increase. It does not make sense. And that is the only reason for our concern.
No problem, and I can give some clarity on that, and I would, if the chairman will allow, the member for Naparima is new, but when you hear 14%, that is multiplied. You know, you would have a certain percentage in year one, which is then COLA is then added to that, and then it's multiplied in year two, and then multiplied in year three. It does not include the allowances. So actually, when you hear a number like 14%, sometimes it's really 25% when you take the total wage and salary bill into account. So I can understand if you're just doing a rough calculation of 14, you could mislead, you could be misled.
25%.
It's a combination of allowances plus COLA.
But it's 100%.
Plus, no, I know. Allowances, COLA, they all come together, they multiply each other and so on. I understand what you're saying, so that, as I said, we'll give you the breakdown as given to us by the various units and departments of the government.
Thank you. Yeah. And perhaps when you are providing that breakdown for us, you would want to note we are looking at not a 14% converted to 25% and multiplied as you're speaking. We are looking at about 150%, so we'll appreciate it. And based on what you've already said, Honourable Minister, are you saying that the $5 billion that you spoke of in your budget statement as being owed for salaries and wages and so on for matters negotiated during 2015, that is included in the deficit that you are recording of $7 billion? Or is it that we have a deficit of $7 billion plus this $5 billion to be paid to negotiated officers?
No. The deficit of $7 billion is for actual expenditure in 2015. It's the actual expenditure up to September 30th. The $5 billion is a carryover into 2016. If in fact that had been paid or attempts had been made to pay that,
deficit would have been
it would have been $12 billion. Yes.
Or some might have come in.
Whatever.
Thank you, Minister.
Right.
No.
Honourable Member for Carneys.
Yeah. Madam Chair and honourable team from Minister of National Security and Minister of Finance, when we look at allowances in comparison to salaries, and we see allowances of 213 million and salaries with COLA of 545 million, I did a rough mathematical calculation. It's approximately 40%.
This is for which one?
On page 122. For fire. So allowances approximately 40% of the basic salary with ANCOLA. Is that tenable? Or is it such a situation that allowances come up? So if somebody receiving a salary of 10,000, it means that they're getting an allowance of 4,000. So their salary and allowance will be 14,000. This is in fact indicating that. So could you give us an idea what constitutes that 40% on allowances of the salary?
I think this is a generic question that would apply across the board. So what I would do with respect to salaries, increases in the allocation for salaries, increases in the allocation for allowances, I will get an appropriate explanation from the Chief Personnel Officer and the Budgets Division to explain these things to you.
And the same thing will come up when we look at fire services.
It will be right through.
Yeah.
It will be right through.
230-something million out of 664 for allowances.
I can assure...
So is it something...
I can assure, Honourable Member...
within the Ministry of National Security that allowances, or is it... Give us some thinking.
I will get the information for you, but each ministry will be different. You know, some ministries might be paid a particular type of allowance, maybe a hazard allowance, maybe a special commuted overtime allowance. I can't explain.
I'm amazed.
No, I'm just saying, I can't explain today. But what I will do for you, since the numbers are huge, and I must say when we were grappling with the unfunded gap in the budget, I asked these questions as well. Is it so much? How can it be so much? And I was told by budgets, and I mean, it's the same people in the Budgets Division who've been working there for umpteen years. So they're all dedicated public servants.
We have great respect for.
So, yes, so I am afraid that I had to go with the numbers given to me because using the same method of calculation, it's the same CPO, it's the same Budgets Division, so that I will get the information for you because I myself was a bit taken aback at the quantum of the increases.
You may need to look under your 43 heads.
I would most certainly. I will most certainly. And as I said, when we get to police, you'll see it's doubled. You know, it's gone from 900 to 1.8 billion or something.
So you
like
saw
that.
it yourself?
I saw it myself.
This big increase.
So the big increase really is a big increase in allowances?
It could be. It's based on collective agreements. It's based on collective agreements. It's a combination of salaries and allowances. So I will get the information for you because rather than us, every single head, you see 100% increase, you ask the same question, I will break it down in terms of personal expenditure, allowances and salaries. And I would really implore members, rather than asking that same question every time we get to a different head.
We just draw it to your attention for your
You can draw it to my attention and we will get proper explanations for you.
Sure.
Because I want to say that if in fact the numbers are slightly overstated, it will help us with our budgeting, our expenditure and our deficit. It would assist us. We might even balance the budget. Who knows? Okay.
Honourable Member for Superior.
Thank you. And whilst the Minister is getting all this information for us, would you be so kind as to also tell us, you mentioned about generic items, so generic on the general administration, on the fire service, prison, regiment, as we go on under each of these, on the personal expenditure, if you would kindly also give us how many persons were employed in each of these subheads? Variety election, how many are employed now, and how many new persons have been brought in on the general administration, on the prison, on the fire, and each of the heads as we go through personal expenditure.
Question very clear.
Yes.
You're talking head by head.
We're talking head 22.
Yeah, but head by head.
No,
because
I'm
remember,
speaking of head 22,
but
one
remember,
head.
Yeah, but-
subheads within head
Yes,
22,
accepted.
subhead personal expenditure,
Yes.
and then on the personal expenditure, 001 general admin, 002 fire, 003 prison regiment, blah, blah, blah.
I think I understand,
Sub-item.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, I think I understand the question being asked, but I want to make a point.
Sure.
I had said during my budget statement that these things are not wholly comparable, because Head 22 is not the same, national security is not the same as it was last year. It now has additional.
I said that too. I totally agree.
Right, so that's why I said, rather than the ministry, we can go to the subhead, which is fire service, prison service, regiment, and we'll get it that way. Because if we try to do it any other way, we'll be comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah, but you
Okay?
see, I'm not speaking here of the numbers. We are looking on the general admin, for example, which will not be regiment, fire, etc., etc. The general admin is general administration of the Ministry of National Security. For personal expenditure, page 121, 001, general admin, we see the general admin has moved
Yes,
from 32 to 40.
Correct.
Now, this may well be, as you say, because of the merger of the heads and so on.
that's exactly
So
what
that
it
in
is.
merging them, I mean, the point is that you have not decreased your general administration expenses. You have in fact increased them, even though you've merged 2 and 3 ministries together for national security.
No, but-
One moment,
no,
please. And
no,
my
no,
question
no,
was,
no,
you
madam, no,
can I
member.
finish my question, please,
Sure.
madam? My question is, I am saying on the general admin, on the police and fire, I'm not asking for the increase. I am asking the numbers of persons who were there pre-election, who are there post-election, and how many new persons have been brought in on the general admin, on the prison, on the regiment, on the fire, and each of those subsets under the Ministry of National Security. So it's not a comparison from last year at all. We're asking for your estimates for 2016.
Yes, member for Siparia. But the point I was making to you is that when you merge ministries and you add lifeguard services and you add prison services and other units that would have appeared elsewhere, you also would be increasing the general administration responsibilities of this ministry. So they are not wholly comparable. You would have general administration that would deal with prisons, you would have general administration that would deal with lifeguards, and it is not wholly comparable.
Honorable Minister of Finance, might I suggest then, in when you are giving that information, if you could show where they were pre-budget, where they are now, and the numbers what they were then, and the numbers what they are now. Okay, so it may be a little more detail and exercise.
That's exactly the point I was trying to make. And since the information is being asked in such detail, we will try our best, but I think it's unlikely that that information will be provided before the end of this examination of these estimates. But we try our best to get it in a reasonable time.
Madam Chair, if I may, your guidance to the Honourable Minister to say from where it came from, that is contained in this. It is contained here. You will see items transferred from head, whatever Ministry of the People, transferred from head Ministry of Justice, transferred from Ministry of Tourism. It is contained here. That is not, with due respect, what I am asking. We are talking about numbers of persons. Pre-September 7, post-September 7. How many there, how many left, how many have been brought in since that day. So it's not from which heads, and I'm not asking a comparison.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a question of the member for Superior, just for clarification? Is there a cutoff date? So you want it from pre-September 7th to when?
To present it, to the budget.
To the date of the budget, the date of the printing
Estimates.
of these documents?
Estimates, yes.
Okay.
Estimates. And instead of printing, the presentation of the budget estimates in the Parliament.
5th of
Which would have
October.
been
Which would be the 5th of October.
That's right.
Okay.
If I could add, in the national security structure, we haven't sent too many ones, so I believe it's the same figure before.
She wants to
know.
know
You want to know the exact figure?
Say that.
0 and 0 and 0.
So you get the same.
Yeah.
You'll get the information.
It's not true.
All right, can we then therefore go on? to item, is this,
Madam Chair, I crave your indulgence, just one.
this is on 002?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so can we go on to item 004, which is on page 1, which is on same page 122.
Madam Chair, may I?
Prison services.
Yeah.
So we're taking Caroni East.
All right. Madam Chair, the similar situation is here with prison service, which the Honorable Minister of Finance has indicated that he will give the same figures related to the allowances of 236 million and the salaries of 664 million for salaries for prison service. It's a new item, it would seem, coming into national security, because there is no estimate or actual for 2014 and no revised estimates for 2015. So prison service has been brought into national security for the first time. And it has a total expense of about 1.033 billion. So if the budget for national security, how much you said it was? 10 point how much? 10 point how much was the budget for national security? Based on your
10.8 billion.
10.8. So if you subtract this 1 billion from that, that would be, if it were just national security without prison service, it would be 9.8 billion on your expenditure for national security without the prison service.
And others.
And others.
Lifeguard.
And lifeguard and so on. So, no, I just want to make the assertion so that when you said you gave the largest allocation to national security, whereas previously national security did not have prison service and others like lifeguard and so on. Really, in fact, it became the largest because you included these two other areas. Yes?
That's the end of the question?
Yeah. I just wanted to consolidate that point.
Have you finished? Is that question or statement you're making?
I was asking you a question.
Would you allow me to answer it?
Go ahead.
You finish your question?
When I made the statement in the budget statement that the allocations of these various heads are X, Y, Z, I made the statement, I was very clear. It is not wholly comparable to the previous year because of the merger of ministries. That's in the budget statement, that it is not wholly comparable. Well, I know you didn't read it. So the fact of the matter is that it is obvious that if prisons was in the Ministry of Justice before, and it is now in national security, then the allocation for prisons has increased the allocation for national security. That should be obvious. If lifeguard services wasn't there before, and it is there now, then it has increased the allocation for national security, and so on, and so on, and so on.
What I'm trying to indicate to you, Honorable Minister, when I would say in inverted commas, the boast that you gave the largest budgetary allocation to national security, when you juxtapose that versus 2014, 2015, it is not in fact so.
But
because if you separate...
Are you making a statement or asking a question?
I'm responding to what you're stating.
Ask it as a question.
And I ask it as a question. Where is it?
Okay, I will answer because, Madam Chairman, I would like to bring this closure to this.
Yeah.
Because we're going around in circles.
I think the Honourable Member is trying to seek some clarification.
Yeah.
And Honourable Minister, I think that it may be very clear to you, but you may have to say it until it becomes very clear to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is that it? Okay. Let me say again. If you look in that budget statement, you're not going to see anything written there that the allocation for national security in this fiscal is the largest ever in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, or that it is more than 2015, or anything like that. Those statements are not in the budget statement, contrary to your belief. What is in the budget statement is that the items are not wholly comparable because we've merged ministries, but in fiscal 2016, the largest allocation out of the total of 63 billion is to national security. We never made any comparison with 2015. I have no idea where you got that from. It's not written inside of there.
You're sure right? There's no comparison there.
All right, yes,
I didn't make a
Honourable Member
comparison.
for
I want
Appropriation.
to really thank the member for the Martin notice for clarifying that matter.
It's
because
written.
I was under the wrongful impression, Madam
You
Chairman,
must read.
that the Honourable Prime Minister did make a hue and a crew, and national security did indeed make statements to the effect that it was the largest, most supreme slice of the cake, and they were very happy to get so much. And I think it was the first. I'm happy that you clarified the matter finally,
I
because
am talking about the budget statement.
my question now,
You can't bring in extraneous matter.
having said that, the matter at prison, I want to ask the honourable member to be kind enough, as well as it relates to salary and cost of allowance, having regard to the fact that the increase in national security has to do mainly, but not completely, with the increase in salaries and allowances, and not with any other matter. For salaries and cost of living, from my estimate here, it is under Ministry of Justice for the closing up of the budget for Ministry of Justice, page 354. That has moved from $288 million for salaries and cost of living for prison service to $664 million.
Very big increase.
So from $288 million to $664 million is the jump. I'm asking that the Honourable Minister, given this, also provide for us the breakdown between arrears in salary, increase in salary, because there's no reference here to provision for vacant posts with incumbents. So that is out. So there are only two elements that constitute this jump from 288 million to 664 million. There would be arrears and there would be new salary increases. I understand the minister when he says a salary is not just 14%, it would be more, and those would be pursuant to collective agreements signed prior to September by the former administration. So if you can give us that breakdown as well, we would appreciate if you can give an undertaking that you would do that, because what is now coming up on us in a very dramatic way is that the increase in national security has to do primarily with the increases in wages and salaries to personnel within national security, and not new programs or policy or programs, because the Joint Patrol Program, as we understood, will first have consultation, then policy, law, and implementation. Okay, thank you. If you can do that.
Question or a statement?
It's a question whether that
Madam
is so
Chairman,
or not.
was I asked a question?
I think what you're being asked is to account for the difference between
Could I repeat?
the 288 million in 2015 under salaries in the Ministry of Justice, and now on page 122, the salaries, prison service, 664. Well, what is the difference? Which is about $400 and something million. I think that's the question.
Madam Speaker, I will try my best to find out what the former administration did to cause this increase in personnel expenditure. What I would say, however, Madam Speaker, and I'll say it for yet,
We have a little order.
I will say it for yet another time, there are 2 points that need to be dealt with here. I have no idea where the members opposite got this idea that contained within this budget statement, or anything that the Minister of Finance said was even remotely close to a huge allocation for national security comprised of new programs and new projects. That is not written, and that was not said.
and the members opposite keep putting it on the record as if it were written and if it was said. It was not written and it was not said. What we said was that within the $63 billion allocation for 2016,
Members, please.
of the $63 billion, the largest component is national security at almost $11 billion. So we simply highlighted the fact that the expenditure for 2016 is $63 billion, of which the largest component is national security at $11 billion. All of those other things that honorable members are saying, I don't know where they got that from the budget statement, because it's not in there. And in addition, Madam Speaker, I've given the undertaking, and I did make a plea to honorable members opposite, that please, as we go from head to subhead, I have given an undertaking that with respect to all of these increases in personal expenditure, all, whether it is comprised of merged ministries, whether it's comprised of old ministries, whether it's comprised of new ministries, all items of personal expenditure in every department of government, we will give a breakdown, an explanation of the increase in personal expenditure. And I'm making an impassioned plea to the members opposite. We have about 1,000 heads. Please don't ask this question 1,000 times.
Okay, so might I, in an effort for us to progress this process, in terms of when we come up under the heads, salaries,
wages, allowances,
could we then just maybe say to the Honorable Minister of Finance that we expect your assurance to cover this head, unless there is some other question?
Madam Chairman.
I mean, it's subhead.
Madam Chairman, having worked with the member for Digomati Northeast for several years, I would prefer to ask him the question at every opportunity
1,000 times?
and go on record with his commitment.
We know that is ridiculous.
What I'm suggesting, Honorable Member for Orpus East,
never work with me.
it is not so much that the question is not being asked. It's an equivalent to saying
That's not being answered.
That's all I'm suggesting. Okay, so that we'd say, we'd make some reference that the same undertaking applies to this.
Speaker, I give the undertaking that with respect, let us deal with it as it is written. Page 120, Ministry of National Security, 01 personal expenditure, broken down into various heads, fire service, prison service, regiment, etc., etc. For every single ministry and department with respect to head 01, for subhead 01, we will give a breakdown and an explanation of the increase in personal expenditure. I can't say it more clearly than that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Every single one.
Thank you very much, Minister.
So don't ask me 1,000 times.
Carney, Honorable Member for Carney, are we moving on to another item?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question in summary on this issue.
You wanted to ask it
in summary?
On this one, that's fine. I just want to ask the Minister, is it true to state then that the increase for the Ministry of National Security, the increase in salaries and allowances over 2015, which was 1.395, has now been increased by $2.5 billion, making the total of $3.9 billion. So I'm asking whether you agree that the increase in salaries and allowances for the Ministry of National Security from 2015 to 2016 is in fact $2.5 billion.
2.25.
I don't quite understand. On page 121, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I apologize if I appear to be a little frustrated and befuddled, but on page 121, head 22, line 01, going across to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 column, at the top is the word increase.
Okay. I just wanted you to confirm
Increase
whether
means
you agree,
increase.
whether you agree
It's written there.
that the increase is 2.5
I
billion.
apologize if I appear to be funny. It says increase.
Member for Cardiff, are you asking if that's an error?
No, I'm just asking him to confirm. I'm asking.
One minute, please.
I'm just asking him to determine, to tell us whether that figure, $2.5 billion increase in salaries in the Ministry of National Security from 2015 to 2016 is in fact 2.5
Is the increase an increase? All right, Madam Chairman, he's asking a question. I go again to page 121. I don't know how else to do this. 121, head 22, 01 personal expenditure, 2015 revised estimate, written in the English language, $1,395,397,560, 2015 revised estimate. 2016, written again in the English language, $3,937,905,850. When you subtract the two, you get what is written in the fifth column under the heading increase, $2,542,508,290.
Thank you,
Are you asking whether there's a misprint?
Thank you.
Honorable
It's not a
Member of
misprint.
Finance, I think you answered the question. Could we kindly move on, and can I suggest we move on to item 5? I call upon the Honorable Member for Faisaban.
Madam Chair, and this question is directed to Minister of National Security, and at the risk of incurring the wrath of the Minister of Finance, but I'm asking here about a decrease.
We had item number.
It's not an increase, it's a decrease I'm asking about here, Madam Chair. As regard to salaries and cost of living allowance, and to get out wages and cost of living allowance, those two decreases, just asking whether that is, if there's an explanation for that decrease, and if so, whether it's going to have an impact in terms of the deployment of manpower in the regiment with regards to national security.
I would ask him, that's a very good question. I thank you for that question, and I would ask the Minister to elucidate.
Arrears were paid last year, and that's the balance of the arrears that have been paid. So that's why there's a decrease.
No.
The arrears were paid last year, so that this is just a balance. That's why there's a decrease. That's the remainder.
Oh, I see.
And that's in fact just civilian workers.
May I call the Honorable Member?
Okay, so am I to take it then that there's no, sorry.
Excuse me?
Sorry, Madam Chair, am I to take it then that there's no reference yet in terms of decreased personnel in terms of the regiment?
This is payment for civilian workers.
Okay.
Civilian workers.
That's a clarification I'm seeking. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick question to the Minister of National Security or the Honorable Minister of Finance. Under Probation Services 008, and also I'll tie that into 009 Forensic Science Center. As far as subhead 01.
One minute, please, Honorable Member for Point of Appeal. Could I ask that you defer your question for when we reach to those sets?
I told you we're dealing with all zero.
No, we are still in item. We are now on to item 05, which is regiment, and that is on page 123. Are we exhausted? Honorable Member for Prt13.
Madam Chair, I just want to ask something based on the answer that was just given about the arrears. 02, heading 02, wages and cost of living allowance. It has decreased by up to by 5,220, 5,229. 02, same thing.
Page 125?
Yeah.
123?
Yeah, 005, 02.
Oh, wages and cost of...
Yes, because number one, initially you indicated that it was arrears. Why has that dropped like that? The actual wages and cost of living allowance.
This is daily paid workers that arrears were paid last year.
That's also arrears?
That's right.
Okay.
Someone pay this.
wrong, but we pay the 7, we have to pay it again.
Yeah. The decrease was paid. Was paid. Yeah, the decrease was paid.
There's a reduction for this year because it's already paid.
Right.
Yes. And you want to go now with 20?
01.
No, I'm not, I just asked him, the 01 was what arrears, who were the officers for those arrears, and who were the officers for the 02 arrears? Because they both...
These are the monthly paid and daily paid public servants.
So monthly paid was 01?
Yeah, 01.
And 02 is daily paid?
Civilians.
No, I know, I'm just asking. So therefore, what you're saying, salaries for monthly paid people is basically $2.2 million versus daily paid $9.4 million.
That's civilians working in the regiment.
So much?
I mean so much.
No, I'm just looking at discrepancy of both salaries and cost of living.
Why do you mean so much?
No, I'm just asking because 2.2 million and 9.4 million is a
Could I explain?
Sure, please.
Each department would have a different configuration in terms of daily paid and monthly paid. Some ministries and departments would have more monthly paid and daily paid, others have more daily paid than monthly paid. So the regiment had those? So the regiment, from what you're seeing here, they had a significant complement of daily paid workers and a smaller complement of monthly paid workers. Okay, that's what's going on there.
Thanks.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, when we looked earlier at prison, we saw the increase. At the regiment, we're not seeing the increase. In fact, we see a decrease. Is it that arrangements for increase in wages, salaries and wages have not been undertaken? Is there any ongoing process now for revising salaries and wages of members of the regiment, both civilian and or non-civilian? Because this has received a decrease and not an increase, akin with other areas in national security. And my follow-up inquiry, it's not with me. Yeah, my follow-up inquiry would be the civilians that we refer to under salaries and cost of living, are they not employed under a similar arrangement with other members in the public service to benefit from salary increases elsewhere? They are negotiating by themselves. And if so, what is the arrangement for any revision in salary increase and wage increase? Can they expect an increase in this fiscal or next fiscal, or is it that they will get no increase while other members in the national security and protective services have benefited from generous increases?
Getting clarification as to whether the monthly paid are in fact members of the PSA,
yes,
and the daily paid are in fact members of the NUGFW. Sure. Just give us 1 second. Sure. Yeah. So they are members of the PSA and members of the NUGFW.
Then I ask the question, why is there a decrease in the estimate? Would they not have benefited from an increase?
I will answer. I heard your question the first time. If you look at the revised, look at the original estimate for 2015, column 2, 2.2 million.
Sure.
And then the revised 3, so the expenditure was more than anticipated. Go to the wages and cost of living, the daily paid, original estimate 10.9, actual payment 14.7. So
that is not a fair payment.
You're not seeing 14,699,000?
Estimates revised.
Yes, of course. But these are the whole thing estimates. So that if you look at what is happening here, what is being indicated is that the payments of salaries and wages and so on for this particular unit was more in 2015 than originally anticipated. So it indicates, and I will get clarification for you on this, that any arrears would have been paid in 2015 rather than 2016.
It's not the matter. I mean, surely you will understand, and I'll say it once for you, that it is not the issue of arrears paid. It's how can you have an increase in your wages and then it goes up in 2015 and goes down in 2016?
Because you don't have arrears to pay. You paid arrears in 2015.
But this figure of 2016, 9.4, is even less than actual in 2014.
Well, there may be some changes in the establishment. It's not
Well, then
significantly
say
less.
that, or then
It's not
go and inquire into
significantly
that.
less.
Don't jump to the conclusion that is false.
But it is not significant. It's a small sum.
Honorable Minister, I think in any event, the point that is being asked is if the estimate in 2015 was 10 million and there was an increase based on increase and allowances, at least the estimate in 2016, which is less than what it was in the first estimate in 2015, needs to be answered. And I guess
we will get an explanation.
Understand that.
Certainly.
As a okay. Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm looking on page 123, and I'm told that salaries and cost of living allowance is 2.2 million. And last year, 3 million was paid. So the total for arrears for monthly paid in the regiment is 5.2 million last year and for the 2016. What it is?
It's 2 different years. It was 2.2 was the original estimate.
Right.
The revised estimate is 3. And the estimate going forward goes back to the 2.2.
Goes back to this.
Because the difference is the arrears. The difference is the arrears.
All right. And just a follow-up question. And I don't know, if you go back to the fire services, you see it is significant. 325 million. Does this have something to do with the proportion of?
I will get an explanation for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In other words, will the Defence Force in 2016 have increased salaries as the police force, as the prisons, as the other units of the protective services? Will they benefit, or are they to benefit from increased salaries? All the other units are benefiting. Forget the arrears now. We're talking about an increase in your salaries. Is it that they will not benefit? And the question will then be why? Is it that it has not been settled for the Defence Force?
We will get the explanation for you.
And therefore, if it is not settled for the Defence Force, when do you intend to settle their increases? All the other units have got increases.
Just 1 second. I'm getting some clarity for you.
They have not increased the salaries. So that might be outstanding with the other protective services.
Yeah, direct charges. Yeah.
All right. I have the explanation, Madam Chairman. These are for public, member for Separia. These numbers are for public servants. If you go down to 23 and 24, you'll see where the real hit is coming in, where the salaries are going from 341 to 758, and the allowances are going from 155 to 354. So that's the soldiers. These other things on top are the public servants. They would have a few, 1 or 2 public servants, maybe accountants or something like that. But the real expenditure for personnel in the regiment is in 23 and 24. You see the very large sums there. Direct charges. Yes, we go back to the same direct charges thing. You see it in there? 758 for salaries, 758 million for salaries, 354, and this is all coming out of collective agreements that would have been the business of the former administration. I explained what direct charges is. I've explained that 4 times.
I think, Honorable Minister of Finance, I think there is a misunderstanding of what an appropriation bill does. Okay, and it appears that what appears in an appropriation bill was thought to be your total expenditure. I think you've explained that.
Chairman, with great respect, I think the honourable members opposite know that what is appropriated does not include direct charges. I remember going over this issue, and I remember going to this book, which shows what the direct charges are. So I think the honourable members opposite are well aware that what is being appropriated and the direct charges are two completely different things. I think they know. I think they know.
So it is not true to say that we are not aware.
But I think we also have to remember that this is being televised live, and maybe some of our other viewers may not be so aware.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good. Excellent.
Okay, so can we therefore go on
124.
to item 6, which is on page 124. This is Coast Guard. And can we look at the sub-items? Are there any matters to be raised on the sub-items? One minute, please. May we have some order, please? Is the same undertaking being sought with respect to salaries and wages and cost of living? Yes? Increase, decrease? All right, there's an undertaking.
I would also like to, for the benefit of those watching, that if one looks at item 23, item 24, direct charges on the consolidated fund are amounting to 338 million in salaries for the Coast Guard and 168 million in allowances for the Coast Guard, as compared to the civilian salaries, which are just $569,000. So it's really the officers of the Coast Guard that are getting the lion's share of this allocation.
Yes.
For the benefit of, and those are direct charges which are paid first, which is quite appropriate. They pay those who protect us first, and then everybody else gets paid afterwards.
Okay, can we therefore go on to item 7, which is immigration?
Orputis?
All right?
Orputis?
So for the record, same undertaking from the Minister of Finance with respect to salaries and cost of living allowances. And yes, all right? And then may I therefore ask just now, the member of Tobago, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on the immigration, monthly paid officers over time is being increased by $3.5 million. And I'm asking the question in the light of the difficulties being experienced by members of the public and the length of time it's now taking to get a passport. And even if you pay $350 to get an expedited passport, it still takes you between 7 to 9 days. Can you, Minister, indicate that with this additional overtime that you're going to pay, whether there is any link with any strategy to reduce the inordinate delays that are being experienced by people to get their passports at the Immigration Department? And especially so, people who are applying for passports at overseas missions.
The immigration officers are in fact working over the weekends right now to try and speed up the process, and they will continue to do so until such time as we can remedy the situation.
Honourable member for point up here.
Okay.
My question is related to subhead 008, probation services. I don't think we have shared it yet.
Come back to
So then, therefore, if you can defer your question till later, and I'll call upon the honourable member for Siparia.
Would the Honourable Minister of National Security indicate under this 007 immigration whether 10-year passports have been issued to citizens, and if so, as at what date did such issuance take place?
They are being issued, and they've... It's goods and services. Yeah.
It's under goods and services?
Yeah. When?
When?
So long.
Minister of Finance, would you answer the question?
What is the question? What's the question?
To the Honourable Minister of National Security, who has...
But I was being asked to answer.
No, who has oversight of the Immigration Department. My question was whether 10-year passports have been issued to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. When did such issuance take place, firstly? And when was the decision taken? So to do by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago.
We'll let you know by the end of the debate.
You don't know offhand.
Through the Minister of National Security.
We'll get back to you at the end of the debate. We'll get back to you.
You don't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Well, will you check if it is in August of 2015 that such passports began to be issued?
But, Honourable Member, with all due respect, I don't think that's a fair question under the items that we are considering.
This is salaries.
I'm guided, man.
All right, could we therefore move on? Member for Tabaki?
Yeah, I don't know if the question will be appropriate also, but through you I'll ask it. With respect to, again, the overtime being incurred, there are a lot of persons who have applied for work permits, business people in Trinidad, and these work permits are taking an inordinate time to get it, very long delays. And I would like to ask the Honourable Minister what is being done to process these work permits. For example, there are many restaurants in which the tourism sector depend on, and they can't get cooks, specialist cooks, because some of them, it takes too long. And the second part of my question has to do with also a number of people living in Trinidad for a very long time who have applied for resident status. And in a lot of cases, they come to me as an MP and they cannot find their documents. What is being done to assist both of these situations?
There's a process involved, and a great deal of time there's insufficient information. So a lot of research and background checking takes place.
2 years?
Yes. Sometimes there's a lot of background check, vetting must take place to ensure that the right procedure is carried out. And most of the time, there's insufficient information provided, and they have a lot of background check must be done. And then for quite some time, we were unable to get access to some records because of the...
But what strategies do you intend to employ to reduce the time that it is taking to get these work permits approved? What strategies are you going to employ? You said they're working over weekends, but what other strategies are you going to employ? Because I have a very great concern with the operations and what is being said by people who are applying for work permits as to how the work permit committee operates, and particularly demands that are being made of people who are applying for these work permits. What is being done to investigate all of this?
Part of the review would take into consideration system and processes, and we see how best we could improve them as we go along. Just say that, yeah.
And are there any other questions under this item? If not, can we go on to item 8, which is probation service, on page, this is 008? Okay, so Commissioner Manson-Ella. Oh, immigration.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to Minister of National Security, with regards to the time frame in which persons are able to get information on their travel whereabouts, especially for persons who are applying for pension. It's an inordinate delay, and is there anything that will be done to reduce this time frame so that persons can in fact start receiving their pensions?
We are in fact reviewing the system and processes and trying to work as hard as possible to reduce the backlog, even in that area at this point in time. Yeah.
Okay. Can we go on to item 008, probation service, page 125?
Yeah, Madam Chair. My question is just a concern. Probation services came from a transfer from the Ministry of People and Social Development. In 2015, it appears to be a small unit. the salaries was budgeted, estimated in 2015 to be 6.5 million, and I'm seeing in 2016 4.7 million. Given the nature of what the role, the important role that division plays, why would there be a drop in the salaries?
Oh, sorry. Probation services 01? 008.
Deal with this under the general undertaking, which with respect to salaries and cost of living allowances? Can it be done there with point of fair? Honorable member for point of fair.
And also the number of persons employed in that division.
So that an undertaking by the Honorable Minister of National Security.
Yes, Madam Chair.
With respect to that.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the Forensic Center, which has now been brought over from the Ministry of Justice into the Ministry of National Security.
Might I ask, I believe you are going on to 009?
Yes.
May I just ask if all questions under 008 have been exhausted? Then we can go on to 009. I'm sorry, Honorable Member for Couva South. You may proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair, as it relates to the Forensic Center now being brought into the Ministry of National Security, and the Minister continues to indicate that he's reviewing the operations of entities under his ministry's control. When we look at salaries and cost of living, it is $6.5 million approximately. The Forensic Center, but from time to time we always see a pileup of bodies and families going through trauma and so on in relation to the operations of the Forensic Center. Will there be an increase in the number of pathologists and so on? And last year I'm told there was an allocation of over $9.1 million.
Page 35.
And there has been a decrease.
We are in the process of hiring a pathologist. Yeah? Who should come on board very soon to treat with the issues of, as mentioned. What? More than one. I'm advised more than one. I'm informed more than one.
Could you be a little
specific?
More specific and clearer on this particular issue, Minister?
Please.
If you look at page 353, look at 003 Forensic Science Center.
Madam Chair, could the Minister of Finance raise his voice a little?
Certainly. Page 353.
Yes.
Same document.
Under the Ministry of Justice,
yes.
003, 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, where 2015 revised estimate is $9.1 million. Because you said you wanted to know why $9 million was the cost in 2015, whereas the allocation in 2016, when we go to national security, you're seeing $6.5 million. Correct? That's the question you asked, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the original estimate for forensic science, you would see the original estimate was $6.6 million. You seeing it? Right? So that the original estimate for forensic science salaries was 6.6. The actual revised estimate, which would include all payments made, 9.1. So this would include an element of arrears, which would not be applicable in 2016. So that the allocation, similar to another head we just discussed, the allocation goes back down to a lower level. But we will provide you with an explanation as to any variance, because it was 6.6 was the original in 2015, and the allocation now in 2016 is 6.5. So we'll provide you with the explanation of any variance, taking into account any increased salaries and any changes in personnel and that sort of thing. Okay, so we'll give you that information.
All right, Honorable.
Just to add, there are 2 pathologists now, and they're in the process of hiring 2 more on contract.
On contract.
Yes, so it would.
That's right.
Could I on this matter, Minister of National Security, you indicated that we are hiring more persons, but the figure is going down in terms of salary and cost of livings. You are going to, okay, fine, I'm trying to finish. You're hiring on contract. Now, could you, they were against it before. Could you undertake to give us a listing of the staff at the Forensic Science Center, the staff, and whether or not they have also benefited from any salary increase in the recent past? Because given the figures, if you read across the figures from 2014 to 2016, you get the impression that they have not benefited from any salary increase, because although you would get the arrears in 2015, their salaries and cost of living dropped again in 2016. So is it that you are retrenching persons, you are removing persons in a critical center that the public is very concerned about? Is there any intention to cut the staff at that center, given the reduction that you are estimating for 2016?
That will explain all, that will answer all of the questions that you asked.
Could we in the meantime move on to another question?
Yeah. Okay, I have the answer now.
Yeah.
It is what I thought it was. In part of 2015, there were 3 forensic pathologists hired at the Forensic Science Center under the establishment. So their expenditure would fall under salaries and cost of living. Okay? There are now 2. But the minister has indicated they're going to recruit 2 more, but they'll be paid from a different head. So that what you're seeing is an original estimate of 6.6, a revised estimate of 9, which would include arrears, and a new allocation going forward of 6.5, but you have reduced numbers of persons paid under this head. So it appears that it's more than adequate to cater for the 2 pathologists who will be hired under the establishment. And then if you go to contracted services, which is under 02 goods and services, page 127, you will see contract employment allocation of 44 million, which involves an increase of $18 million. So it would appear from the figures, contract employment has gone up, the allocation by 18, the number 18 million increase in contract employment. Look at it there. It is 0216, page 127, the revised estimate 26 million for 2015, 44 million for 2016. So the pathologists would be well taken care of under that increased allocation for contracted employment. So there's nothing to worry about in terms of reducing the professional staff at the Forensic Science Center.
No, that is understood. I mean, we are clear on that. It's just whether or not the other staff that constitute salaries and cost of living allowance, whether or not they benefit from any increase. We understand
if arrears were paid, certainly.
If arrears, but so you have calculated that they benefited by arrears, but would they also be recipients of increase in salary and cost of living?
Once they got arrears,
it went down.
Would that be covered by the same ditto assurances?
Ditto, yes.
And therefore, Member of Prt13, may we go on? Thank you very much. Carly East.
When I look at the establishment of the Forensic Science Center on this draft estimates of expenditure, on page 100, could the minister guide us, the 2 pathologists that you have on the establishment? I am not seeing any area within that, the Government Forensic Science Center, where they are on the establishment. I see a director and 1 scientific officer, 3 and so on, a number of scientific officers, but I don't see any area there on the establishment for the forensic pathologists.
They also contract.
Huh?
They also on contract.
All on contract. So the original statement that 2 are
all on contract. All on contract.
So there now 4 will be on contract.
There will be 4 on contract.
Plus 2, 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I was finding it strange I
2 to
didn't
4.
see it on the establishment.
That's right.
All right, could we now call the member for Faizabad?
Recruiting
Might I suggest that you speak into the mic? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes there's difficulty in recruiting forensic pathologists because of the highly specialized nature of these particular doctors. And I was wondering whether any consideration has been given to perhaps engaging these professionals who are currently there to work on maybe weekends, and if that is currently taking place, in an attempt to decrease the backlog of workers there. I'm sorry. Is that good? Okay.
To answer your question, there is an assigned number of cases that each pathologist must do during the year, and therefore they work according to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
The honourable member for Tabakit?
No, I'm okay.
Then can I call the honourable member for Prt13?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like the Minister of National Security to give the undertaking that the pathologist that you are going, the forensic pathologist that is going to come on contract should be recognized specialists of forensic pathology as per the directions of the Medical Board of Trinidad and Tobago. You see, if that is not the case and these pathologists give evidence in a court of law, they can be thrown out if they're not recognized forensic pathologists from that specialty.
Thank you very much for that. We'll definitely look into it. Thanks for your statement.
Honorable Minister, I could remember since you have assumed the responsibility of being the Minister of National Security, you have made some public pronouncements as it relates to your government's priority. Number one priority continues to be the focus on crime. And the Forensic Center has now been brought into your ministry, and I am trying to recollect your words as it relates to the role of forensic as it in relation to this crime fighting strategy and so on. Could you share whether the establishment of the Forensic Center, whether it's from a ballistic point of view and so on, the expertise that is required to fight crime is adequate? What are your plans from a forensic point of view and so on as you go forward?
That is also part of the review of the whole apparatus, so I wouldn't be able to give that answer at this point in time. It was based on the results of that review in terms of the number to suit the particular jobs at the forensic science. And of course, it involves, looking in depth as to the structure and people to fit the purpose.
Honourable Minister of National Security, is that being given as an assurance?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And would you be able to provide that before the close of the budget debate?
I will be able to, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for Miaro.
Minister of National Security, knowing that we are entering crunch time economically, what provision is being put in place by the ministry to, one, look at recruiting local nationals in terms of forensic pathology? And I know there's a scarcity locally. What provisions are being made to liaise with the University of the West Indies or any of the other medical facilities throughout the Caribbean who may be able to train our own nationals to be able to take up those roles over the next couple of years, therefore reducing. I know when you bring foreign consultants, there is an overhead cost that comes with a foreign consultant. Any word on that, sir?
I know that in terms of our own history, it has been very difficult to get people to accept those, even that profession as a profession. And there has been a number of searches locally that have been offered scholarship. And I'm not quite sure even that has been enough incentive to invite or to allow people, to encourage people to join us. So we continue to offer incentive to get our locals involved in that field. But at the same time, we have to also look at the international arena to see whether we can fill the void. But we never give up trying to at least have locals involved. So if in any way you can help us, we'd appreciate that.
Honorable Member for St.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
1 minute, please, Honorable Member for Caroni. I've recognized.
Sure, no, I'm sorry.
Not at all. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman. Minister of National Security, you indicated quite curiously that there are a number of autopsies that are appointed to each of the pathologists. What number is that, and what happens if they exceed, if there's a need to exceed that number?
It's approximately about 300 per year, but about 300, I believe, per year, but let me come back again and verify and provide that information at a later date for you, please.
And in so doing, with your leave, of course, my lady, if there is a sharp downfall in, for instance, even if it's 100, and they were paid for like 300, is there any factor that is negotiable there? How does it work?
And I think it's based on the contract, you know. It's what they are contracted to do. But again, I can provide more detail for you on that.
My colleague, Honorable Member for Faisal.
Just a follow-up to the question from Member for Mayaro with regards to personnel available. If the Minister, I know you may not be able to provide the answer right away, but if the Minister could indicate whether any locals are currently abroad on scholarships training in the area of forensic pathology, at what stage of their training they are, and when they are expected to return.
So, is that Honorable?
I'm not aware of any at this point in time.
And Honorable Member
is that, sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. And would that be a priority area in terms of scholarships to be awarded going forward, Minister?
In fact, we had offered 2 scholarships and we had no one came forward. So we continue to try and offer it to the public.
Honorable Member for Caroni.
Yeah. Honorable Minister, I was looking to see if there is any relationship here in the establishment towards the fulfillment of the accreditation of the Forensic Science Center. It has been long on the drawing board that in terms of storing forensic material, it can be questioned whether it's an authenticated Forensic Science Center. We needed some degree of accreditation. Has that come to your attention in your short time there so far? And is there any area inside here that you will put some emphasis, whether personnel, goods and services, we can talk about that later, to quickly establishing the Forensic Science Center as an accredited Forensic Science Center, so that it cannot be questioned in the courts of law as not being accredited when a sample is taken there and so on.
Right. No, it hasn't come to my attention, but it will be done under institutional strengthening, because your point is well taken.
May I call upon the Honourable Member for Prt13?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just suggest something to the Minister of National Security and his staff? In order to get a forensic pathologist, it's going to be extremely difficult, all right, because there are not many programs in the world that offer forensic pathologies as per se. But what I would recommend, and you could suggest, that you do the scholarships for anatomical pathology, and then we have a forensic pathologist in Trinidad and Tobago. If they work under that forensic pathologist under the guidance of University West Indies and develop themselves there, they could be given the specialized status after a while. Because you're going to have a very hard time finding a forensic pathology degree externally.
Thank you. We'll look at that. Thank you very much. Member for Prt13.
Honourable Member of Superior.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Minister of National Security. Under this Forensic Science Centre would also fall, and my colleague mentioned about ballistics and so on. From my understanding, there is a tremendous backlog. With these, whom you're taking on pathologists to deal with autopsies and so on, what about persons to deal with these other specialized areas? Ballistics and several things to do with chemicals and poisons and all the things that fall under forensic sciences. Would we see increased staff there?
There are currently 5 ballistic experts at the Forensic Science Center, and we will continue to build capacity as we go along. But there are currently 5 right now.
So nothing will be allocated here for any increase in that capacity for forensics. Am I correct to say that? At this time, you said you will continue to build capacity.
That's right.
But at this time, there is no allocation being made for that capacity building.
No, not at this time.
Not yet. Okay.
But we will look at it under vacant posts and see how best we can address the situation. Yeah.
Members, we have 3 items left under personal expenditure, which I would want to suggest that we complete before we take the tea break. So can we go on to item 12, lifeguard service, which is on page 125.
Madam?
And that is 012.
Yeah.
Sorry.
May I inquire through you whether there's any increase for the lifeguards in terms of their salaries, wages and salaries and so on? It comes out of the Ministry of Tourism, so it is not immediately comparable on page 125.
And could that be dealt with under the general undertaking?
Under the ditto.
Right?
Yes.
Honourable Member for Uropuch East.
Yes, could I, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of National Security, request at a later time, before the completion of our exercise, a list of the beaches and facilities that are currently now being manned by the service by the lifeguard, and whether or not there are any plans to extend that list to other places in Trinidad and Tobago. I ask that because it doesn't appear as if the allocation would provide for increasing staff. We did see in other areas the massive increase in, if not staff, certainly in the amount of money to be paid due to salaries and wages. And I really wanted to repeat that in the aftermath of the budget, the Prime Minister did indicate that a largest portion would go to national security because of the chronic and rampant criminal conduct in Trinidad and Tobago. We have discovered that the largest portion went to increase salary and wages. So I would really want you to tell us if you're going to expand the lifeguard facility, because as members of Parliament, we would like to make recommendations to you in terms of the expansion of that facility to domestic tourist sites that are unprotected at this moment and without such a service.
As a new entity coming to national security, definitely we look at it and see whether, how effective they are at this point in time, and whether there is a requirement for such an increase, and if there is, we'll take the actions accordingly to do.
Honourable Member for Kumuto Mantinilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister of National Security, under lifeguard services, is it that the lifeguard service alone has been transferred to you, or is the ministry also responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of the facilities?
We're in fact responsible for the entire lifeguard mechanism. So they all belong to us.
Honorable Member for Siparia.
So just to wrap up on personal expenditure, on page 126, there's a cadet force and the air guard.
Are we completed with
I'm sorry.
012?
Yes.
Lifeguard? So can we go on to 015, which is cadet force?
Before you go.
Okay.
Cadet force?
No,
Yeah, cadet.
All right, 012 lifeguard. Honorable Member for Miaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Minister of National Security, in terms of the lifeguard services, one of the challenges that the lifeguards in Mayaro consistently complains about is the fact that when given instructions to sea bathers, sometimes they don't take them seriously in terms that they have no authority to tell them beyond, for us to get them out of the water. There are a lot of ATVs that are driving up and down the beaches in Mayaro, disturbing the peace and sanctity of families coming with their children. Is there any, or can I suggest that at some point in time during your analysis, some way to perhaps have these lifeguards get a bit more authority to issue instructions for safety of both the bathing public and the families seeking a little leisure and quiet time with their families? Thank you.
There's something that we'll look at going forward. As I said, there's a new entity in the Ministry of National Security, so we'll look at all those parameters to see how best we could improve the entire environment.
And may I call upon the member for Kamutu Mansanilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister of National Security, if I may let you know, based on what member for Mayaro said, we're establishing a lifeguard authority, so maybe we can look at that.
Thank you very much.
Can we therefore go on to item 016 on page 126, which is air guard?
15, at the top of the same page.
015, cadet force, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, Honorable Minister, the first question is, where does Civilian Conservation Corps fall in, whether it's the Ministry of National Security, if it is there? And the second issue, in terms of personnel, for the cadet force, there are a number of retired personnel who have served actively to give some support to the cadet force. I have been struggling, while as Minister of Education, to increase the cadet force to secondary schools and move it from 29 to 41, and we have 134 secondary schools. Is there any way in this that you can help, whether contractual or some other way? I know it is your desire as well, I heard you say that you can work within this area to help to bring about more cadet force within the schools, first of all. But I know somewhere along the line, the training for cadet, you seem to have a high percentage of personnel to train the cadet officers. May I suggest humbly that you look at the number of trainers to the number of trainees, because there's a disparity somewhere there. In fact, a preponderance of trainers, which you may need to look at, and probably utilize their services in improving the cadet service in the schools. That's I just want to do.
Thank you very much. I'll look at that. Good suggestion.
And the Civilian Conservation Corps is under
this is under cadet force.
Is under
another head.
Cadet force?
Thank you very much. To save time, cadet force and air guard, madam, if you may permit me, the same questions we've asked, the ditto question.
The ditto question?
Yes, in terms of how much is it for salaries increases and so on over 2015, 2016. Now, I'm looking, through you, Madam Chair, where do these programs, MyLAT, MyPart, Civilian Conversation Corps, OLEP, do they fall within this ministry? And what will be the recurrent expenditure on the personnel? I haven't seen it. We finished up to page 126 on personnel. So would you kindly guide us, Honourable Minister?
This type of question will be asked on several occasions as we go forward. There are a number of programs which would not appear under these heads. With respect to the particular programs identified by your good self and also by the member for Caroni East, if you go to page 148, you look under households, you're going to see civilian...
Transfers and subsidies.
Yeah,
Okay.
page 140, you'll see Civilian
out.
Conservation Corps, MILAT, etc.,
When we get
etc. So we haven't reached there yet, we're far from there.
Honorable Member for Shogunas East.
Madam Chair, when you get to page 127 on the air guard, I don't know if you want me to raise anything.
Well, let's just finish. I assume we're finished with cadet force, and therefore we can go to air guard, and I will permit you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. On the air guard, 02, item number 16, contract employment.
02?
No. I'm sorry.
We're still on the left?
Yeah, we are
Okay.
still on
Personal
the
expenditure.
01.
I did indicate when you get to that
Yes.
stage, I'd like to raise.
All right, so are there any members wishing to ask any question under 016, that sub-head of 001, that item under 001?
Recurrent expenditure, personal expenditure, we are closing up on that, and just that I understand clearly, there have been assurances given that out of this increase to national security for recurrent expenditure of 2.8 billion, that out of that a substantial portion, maybe to the tune the net is 2.8, gross is 2.52, is because of salaries, increases in salaries and wages, arrears payments and so on, and we look forward, if that was the assurance given, to provide the details under each of the units for personal expenditure.
Indeed.
Yes, that's the assurance.
I've given that undertaking now 9 times.
Okay, ditto.
I will give it for a 10th time.
Good.
And an
We
11th
look forward
time.
to getting it
I will find the patience to give it for 900 times.
We look forward to getting it just once.
I will find the patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, honorable members, it's now 4:37. I propose we suspend the committee meeting for half an hour, at least till 5, for us to have the tea break. 5. It is 4:38.
We don't take elevators. 5:15.
Members, I just thought, with all the energy that I saw before now, that I may have been dealing with, and I'm sorry. Okay, so if we think that 10 minutes will help us, we'll be back here at 5:10.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Climate change and investment opportunities were only a few of the topics discussed when representatives from the Parliament of the United Kingdom visited our shores from February 1st to the 7th, 2015. During the delegation's week-long visit, they met with many government and parliamentary officials to engage in dialogue on issues affecting the two countries. Some of the discussions focused on domestic and sexual violence against women and gender issues facing the citizens of each representative's country. The visit also provided a forum for the exchange of ideas on crime and justice affecting our nation. The delegation comprised 8 members who fully represent the 2 houses of the United Kingdom's Parliament, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. They are Mr. Mark Simmons, Member of Parliament for Boston and Skegness and leader of the delegation, Ms. Diane Abbott, Member of Parliament for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, Mr. Andrew Rosendale, Member of Parliament for Romford, Baroness Scott of Needham Market, Member of the House of Lords, Baroness Howells of St. David's, Member of the House of Lords, Baroness Stern, Member of the House of Lords, and Mr. Matthew Salick, the delegation secretary. 2 members from the delegation were interviewed by the Parliament Channel 11, where they outlined the reason for their visit.
We're a cross-party delegation. All the main UK political parties are represented on the delegation. We also have representatives both from the House of Commons and the House of Lords, so both of our Houses of Parliament are represented. We're here to do 2 things primarily. The first is to build relationships between the UK and Trinidad and Tobago parliaments, to understand how each parliament works, to see whether we can learn from each other, but also to understand in greater detail some of the important issues that are facing both our countries. That is particularly climate change and the environment, youth and gender issues, and human rights, and how we can further facilitate greater and stronger ties between Trinidad and Tobago and the United Kingdom.
What can the Parliament of the United Kingdom learn from the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, one of the interesting things that we've found in our time here in Trinidad is the very innovative way that your Parliament is moving. Some of the committee structures that are being set up, some of the changes to standing orders. And we've been in discussions with members of both your Parliament and Senate, as well as the Speaker of the House, as to how perhaps we could work together to learn from each other about how we can best facilitate democracy and facilitate engagement of the population in the democratic process, particularly young people who seem to be interested in issues but not party politics. And this is a similar problem that we face in the United Kingdom that you face here.
How does the Parliament of the United Kingdom compare to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, obviously our Parliament is larger. We have a much larger population, but I think we've done some innovative things in the last few years to try and engage our electorate. So, for example, we have a very dynamic and energetic select committee system which monitors and evaluates and the work of the government departments to give members of Parliament particular areas of expertise. And we think that's worked extremely well. We've also had, for example, innovative schemes so that if 100,000 people in the United Kingdom sign a petition about a particular subject, that subject has to be debated in Parliament. And that has given an opportunity. It's put the agenda in the hands of the people rather than in politicians. And that has meant that some debates have occurred in the UK Parliament that wouldn't have otherwise have happened. And that's a very positive development.
What mechanisms have the Parliament of the United Kingdom implemented to bring constituents closer to the legislature?
Well, I think there is a real challenge in engaging the electorate. And we've certainly tried to use social media, we've tried to use the internet, new technology to get information out to the electorate to make sure they're engaged, not just at election time, but between elections. So people are following and monitoring the workings of Parliament, the understanding how difficult and challenging it is to be a member of Parliament, but also to engage with the issues as they arise. And this is a continual challenge that we wrestle with, and it's one of the areas that I think both the Trinidad and Tobago Parliament could work more closely with the UK Parliament on this important issue.
Closing statements.
I think the other thing that I'd just like to say is that I speak on behalf of the whole delegation, in that I know that we've been extremely impressed by the people that we've met, both those inside Parliament and those outside in NGOs and civil society. And we've been very encouraged by the way that people are not only knowledgeable about the issues that they're wrestling with, but keen to hear and listen to other ideas coming from the United Kingdom. And I think it's in a modern 21st century partnership between the UK and Trinidad and Tobago. We can learn from each other and we can work together where it's in the mutual interest of our peoples to do so.
How did it feel to become the first black woman to be elected to the Parliament of the United Kingdom?
Well, it caused a sensation at the time because there'd never been a black woman elected to the British Parliament, and there hadn't been any black people elected, actually, although there'd been 2 Asian MPs earlier in the century. So there were 5 of us that came in 87. Myself, Bernie Grant from Guyana, Paul Boateng, whose family comes from Ghana, and Keith Vaz, who comes from Goa in South Asia.
How has your background in media helped to inform your interaction with your constituents?
Nowadays, people get their information about politics, not necessarily from newspapers, but from media, radio, television, and now new media like Twitter and Facebook and so on. And because I worked in the media, I'm quite comfortable in the media, and in fact, I appear in a weekly television show, and I have 74,000 followers on Twitter, which helps me to keep in touch with my constituents.
Tell us about your weekly television program, The Week.
I do a weekly TV show on the BBC. There's myself, a journalist, newspaper editor, who's the interlocutor, and there's a young man called Michael Portillo, who was a Conservative member of the opposing party. And we just discuss whatever has come up in politics in the week, whether it's, you know, what happened in France with the shootings in France. We discuss whatever's topical.
How can the media be used to better connect parliamentarians to constituents?
Sadly, all over the world, we live in an era of cynicism about politics, and people feel politics is very remote to them. And I think media, filming and recording what happens in Parliament, and actually using media to reach out to constituents can bridge that gap. In the British Parliament, we have a big programme of having school children to come and visit Parliament and see what really happens, and that makes a big difference.
Can you discuss some of the issues that would have been discussed during your meeting with representatives from the Ministry of Gender, Youth and Child Development?
We met with one of the junior ministers, and we met with a number of the officials, and we discussed things like women's sexual health. We discussed things like the role of women in society, and we talked about some of the important programs that Trinidad has, both to reach out to women, but also to deal with gender issues generally, particularly the role of young men and how you build self-esteem both in your young men and your young women.
Closing statements.
One of the things I was particularly interested coming here was gender issues, and I was particularly interested to meet with people and find out about issues about the role of women in leadership in Trinidad, domestic violence and other issues. And although some things are different, some of the challenges are the same as they are in the United Kingdom.
Throughout the week, the members engaged in a few leisure activities that included a cultural dinner hosted by both presiding officers of the Parliament and an informal reception hosted by BPTT at the BPTT Renegades Panyard. On the weekend, the delegation headed to Tobago, where they visited prominent landmark Fort King George, as well as St. Patrick's Anglican Church and the Scarborough General Hospital. They then toured Tobago's Assembly Legislature along with officials from the Assembly.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
This former parliamentarian stands 6 feet 8 inches tall and certainly stands above the rest. His first parliamentary exposure was in the year 2000 when he was appointed opposition senator by Patrick Manning. In later years, he served as minister in the Prime Minister's office, government senator, and Minister of Public Utilities and the Environment. He also served as local government minister and Minister of Agriculture. In 2007, he ran for the general elections and was sworn in as Tobago East Member of Parliament. By 2010, he decided to opt out of active politics, but this does not mean he is not still working for the people of Tobago. He is Mr. Rennie Dumas, popularly known throughout his home village as Stretch, a name given to him by his late mother.
Well, I'm from Plymouth. I was born in Bethesda, which is a different village, but for all practical purposes, a part of Plymouth. Born in Bethesda, grew up in Plymouth here. Most of my life experiences would have been in Plymouth. So you would have gone to school in Plymouth AC, learned to play anything like football or cricket on the playground we just left. We'd have had the community center be where you had your experiences, beginning to learn about things like the village council, principles of governance and so on there.
His parents, Mr. Alwyn Sinclair Dumas and Miss Dinah Veronica Sandy, ensured young Rennie learned the importance of family values and being respectful to his elders. In Rennie's case, the entire village indeed raised the child.
My mother and father weren't married, but I was never a single parent child. Everybody owned me, and I owned everybody, in the sense that there are traditions in the community. I don't know if they still hold, but I'm the first child of my father, the second child of my mother. Basically, I was owned by my great-grandmother, Margaret Bob. She would have been the one who would have taken first responsibility for me. So when it was time to head out to school, kindergarten school, she'd have been the one who paid the first penny to a woman named Teacher Eugenia. Each of those two families have something like 13 children. So I would have had maybe 10 aunts, and both of them have more boys than girls. So I would have had something like 10 aunts and nearly 20 uncles. My mother was almost, well, I was six feet, and my size, so maybe a little bigger. So if you facing that, I couldn't outrun my mother until I was about 15. She used to play cricket and everything else, so she could throw well, and she could run well, and she heavy enough. So you weren't behaving very much off key at all. No matter how big you get, your parents are your parents, and you have to respect that. And like I said, there was no distance really with my father. You knew that I had a responsibility to get to my father's house every Friday. You're going there to start your study program with the newspapers. So you go in there on the Friday to make sure you read the newspapers, to come back on the Saturday and Sunday for your exam. So you had to be able to say what was in the week's newspapers by Sunday, right? So that the concept of distance between children and parents and grandparents and so on wasn't real for me.
Perhaps after being part of a large family, Rennie was inspired to have a large family of his own. He is the father of 8 children and looks forward to more grandchildren.
My children are close to me. My children are near me. In fact, some people feel I have them too close to me. But they're close, and that is important.
Rennie attended Plymouth Anglican Primary School, where he first became aware of his responsibility to his peers and believes his involvement in politics is as a result of its social structure.
I don't think there was ever a time when you were not told that that is your responsibility. You were deemed to be more gifted than most, and therefore having the responsibility to see about the others. I had a teacher, Mr. Carrington, who was the principal. He would have met us at school when we were about 7 to 8. And I think he was been the one who introduced me to reading beyond the school readers. But he was also the one who insisted and told every other teacher and every other child in the school that he has a responsibility to be in the politics and to be responsible for all of us. So that from then it would have started there.
It is possible that Mr. Rennie Dumas began his political career from a very tender age. At age 12, he was an officer in the village council, was active in the different sporting clubs around, and though described as quiet, found his voice in secondary school. He later became Student Guild President at university for 3 years and headed the Teachers Union in Tobago.
Well, Rennie, I could say Stretch. Stretch and I go back a very long way. From since Bishop's High School, we went into the teaching service together, and then we went into politics together, and we went into tutor together. Stretch was not, you could say, you didn't see the leader that he was to become. You didn't see it in him at first.
An unfortunate incident occurred in Rennie's youth, which some say was a turning point in the young man's life. It helped mold and shape him into the leader he has become.
When we recognize how he persevered through that, and when he came back to school and so on, you saw a difference in him. It probably matured him. And then when we left school, he was such an initiator in certain things and so on that you recognize that this is a person who you could count on to really and truly lead Tobago. And I think it's at college that Stretch leadership qualities really came out. Because for the Spain Teachers College, we came in, we know it's a 2-year program, and we were the first year. The second year, who was supposed to be the more senior person, they had to take a back seat to us. And you could say Stretch and another Tobagonian, deceased now, Alston Baker, actually ran that college. If you ask me, well, Mr. Mundy, the principal, is deceased now. But you will always see Mr. Mundy consulting with these two young men when he has to make decisions.
Rennie refined his leadership skills while at Teachers College. He was the organizer for both the football and netball teams, took charge of fundraising ventures, and even organized graduation ceremonies. Stretch, as he is fondly called, was always looking out for someone else, a trait many of his constituents from Tobago East appreciated.
Many of us teachers owe our success to Stretch, because Stretch was one who organized a Tobago study group, and persons like I was very, very weak in math. And because of Stretch and the group, I was able not to be referred in math, because they said, no Tobagonian going back and fail. We can't afford to come down to Trinidad and fail. So we used to have a lot of fun. Stretch is a person who loved parties, he liked to fet. But when it came to studying, he said, nobody is going to fail.
He's a very caring person, I would say. Knowledgeable, and always aspire for others to follow. Like, for instance, like, if he's taking a step forward, he's not going to leave you there. You wanted to step with him. And he always encouraged you to aim for higher heights, right?
Rennie continues to work in his village. He is one of the founders of the Plymouth Bethesda Heritage Development Foundation, which began around 1996. The foundation's goal is to enrich the lives of villagers through outreach programs. On afternoons, he spends time with the youth band side, providing support and encouragement.
Relationships with the community is important. I try to help with the youth steel band down the road, try to help with the young people at the time during the vacation and so on. Because primarily a lot of people give a lot to me. So I try to put something back. You must call men like Mervyn Elder, Winston Dillon, Leighton Stewart, people who invested in you, and invested in you because they thought you could invest in the community. You'll be feeling them not to do that.
When he's not looking after the needs of the community, Rennie takes time out for himself. He enjoys reading, exercising, and of course, a good lime with friends.
My time now is, since I'm not as strong as I used to be, it's reading, talking to people, watching the movies, watching the depictions. I am taking the time to revisit all those classics I read since I was 8 years old to now. I'm right now looking at Ulysses, from Homer, reading it again, just buy it again and reading it. Getting back into feeling what this thing is about. You know, the life is a very complex and interesting thing, you know. Every time you visit what the masters had to write, you learn something. And of course, I try to get into the contemplation of the spiritual without being too bound up with what some people call religion.
Rennie Stretch Dumas enjoyed being a parliamentarian. As a young chap, he believed more could be done, and becoming a parliamentarian presented the challenge for him to do something more.
I feel that being a parliamentarian puts you in communion with people from all over the country and gives you a really countrywide view and countrywide sense of responsibility. It meant that you were trying to predict actions that you expect and trying to ensure or guarantee, if you wish, some level of safety, some level of removal of risks, and of course the permitting of certain investments when you came to economic areas, as well as looking at the whole framework within which things were done, the regulatory framework for life in the country. I think it's an immense responsibility that has to be taken seriously, and I think I did.
Mr. Rennie Dumas worked on bills, projects and programs that would later change many systems to how we know them today.
We went into 2007, where the government expanded its role. I was placed then just before that, as Minister of Local Government. And through the work in local government, you were able to have the whole country look again at local government. The whole consultations on the reform of local government, handing of power to the local government in certain areas, the question of professionalizing the local government systems, bringing in 5-6 professionals like the lawyer, the engineer, the medical doctor, etc., into the local government system, enhancing its reach, starting the regional development plans in local government. All of those things, as it were, were things that I was able to contribute to. There's also the question of what we have to do with our domestics. I think we started a conversation there that is still going on. The question of reform of the legislation for labor. We started some work in that and it's going on. The fair share, I see it's now adopted as government policy. So there are a number of places, a number of directions. So you're in charge of NETCO, the setting up of NETCO, the establishment, the bringing it out. CPEP, I was part of that. The reforestation program, I initiated that.
Mr. Dumas was also instrumental in ensuring public servants no longer waited in extremely long lines around Treasury Building in Port of Spain to collect their salaries by check.
I remember insisting on going to the cabinet and getting it clear that we stop that kind of pay by check where people were getting shot and all that, people were trying to rob them and take away their money, and made sure, I think the headline then was, making sure each citizen is a full economic citizen.
Rennie Stretch Dumas is described as a committed, analytical individual, a good listener, and one who is always willing to help. These traits have undoubtedly aided him as he developed into a parliamentarian. And even though he admits his tenure in Parliament was stressful, it is an experience he does not regret and is willing to take on in the future if the opportunity presents itself.
We are a mixture of the design, the natural, and the acculturation. And this culture turned me into a people servant, and therefore that's what I do. That's what I do. So when I'm not doing that, I miss that.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM. Parliament Outreach.
Today I learned that the MP not only sees, well, based on the area that he is elected from, but he also has a lot to do with the Parliament and what areas and what factors they bring about. And I learned that there are more than just sitting there and debating and getting against each other and bringing for the betterment of the community.
I learned that anybody could become a member of the Parliament, and they help with the country a lot, and we should have a lot of thanks, and that this program should be carried around in more schools so that more people will understand these benefits.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org. You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM. Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
members, if we could resume where we left off. And I think we are now at subhead 02, goods and services. And so that we are all on the same page, I believe we're at page 127. Okay, and may I call item 001, General Administration. And I call on the Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When I raised the matter earlier of what new hirings were likely to take place given the allocation of 19.4 million earlier, under item 101, the Minister of Finance referred me to as well to 0216 contract employment. And he indicated then that that would also be another or additional source of hiring. Now, I note here that the increase is 18.5 million. And there is a note next to it which says includes provision for graduate employment. Graduate employment, if it's divided among the 23 ministries, consisting of $55 million, would mean about $2.3 million here. So could I ask if the minister knows, I'm asking the Minister of National Security, if the minister knows what this provision is for in terms of new potential hirings by contract besides the graduate employment.
Contract other than.
We just have a 6-year plan approved in the ministry, and we have moved into.
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair, somewhat.
That's justice.
We've just had a 6-year plan approved, and therefore we're looking to fill some of the positions based on that 6-year plan that was approved. It includes the justice also. Yeah. Justice,
it subsumes the other things
that's
that
correct.
are now
Including that. Yeah.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I also elaborate, because that was the question I had raised before we went to the break. Whether the graduate employment, just to repeat, because I wanted to get to the next stage, is it the same as the graduate recruitment program as enunciated in the budget presentation by the Honourable Minister of Finance on page 72? And if it is that, as my colleague stated, then there's a $16.3 million increase. And the question I wanted to take off from my colleague is, can we get a list, where possible, of those persons who have been so contracted but not yet engaged in the graduate program? So the two situations. Number one, is this the same, the explanation in 16, is this the same as enunciated in the graduate recruitment program of page 72 of the budget speech? Because if it is approximately $55 million for 500 persons, it will total to $2.16 million per year. And after that, I'll have another question on the same head, Madam Chairperson.
Minister of Finance.
Member for
Caroni Central.
Central had already done that calculation, and he's correct, that the appropriation for each ministry would be approximately $2 million for graduates, and the term graduate employment does in fact refer to the overall budgetary allocation of 55 million, which works out at approximately 2 million per ministry, plus an appropriate allocation for Tobago, so that the balance would be other employment, which the minister can now answer you on.
Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To the Minister, I am seeing an increase under goods and services, 05 telephones, of 1.6 million. Can you please account for such an increase? Also for the increases in rent, lease, vehicles, equipment by 25.2 million under 09, and also increases in overseas travel under 27 by 475,000. Can you account for those increases, please?
There's a generic answer to that question, and all questions of a similar nature with respect to this ministry. Because this ministry involves a merger of elements of the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Tourism, and Ministry of National Security, the establishment of the ministry has been increased, and therefore what you're seeing there is the aggregate of telephones and all the constituent elements that make up this ministry. Okay? Everything.
I want to follow up on that.
Everything.
1 minute, please. Has your question been answered, Couva North?
There's a response.
Or purchase?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. To follow up on that, you are suggesting to us, Mr. Minister of Finance, that an increase for vehicles and equipment, and I suspect these vehicles now, could you confirm that these are also government vehicles to be painted with the coat of arms, and the relevant ministry would be painted onto the vehicle as your Prime Minister instructed? You are suggesting to us that it's because of the merger with Ministry of Justice, Tourism, where I believe the lifeguard services came from, that would account for a $25 million increase in the rental of cars, of vehicles and equipment?
My good man.
Honorable Member.
Honorable Member for Orkut East. One of the areas of government service that places the greatest demands on vehicles is the prison service. You must have seen vehicles that have the marking justice on time on them. So that is a substantial increase to the vehicle requirements of the Ministry of National Security. You will recall that the prison service was under the Ministry of Justice before. So it is not just the lifeguard services that have been added. It is also the prison services, which have a significant, I would say, large complement of vehicles.
Chairman, I just want to engage you on this matter. For absolute,
Just related to the particular
it's related to what he said.
Item.
Yes, yes. Minister, be very clear with me. You're saying that Justice on Time, which is the prison service contracted to a private provider, those vehicle rentals, or your payment for that service provided by an independent contractor, Justice on Time, that is included in rent lease vehicles and equipment?
What I'm telling you is that the prison services has been added to the Ministry of National Security, and the vehicle requirements of the prison service are substantial, and that is why you're seeing this substantial allocation for vehicles. I use Justice on Time so that you would zero in to the fact that the prison service has been added.
Yeah, but so you're not saying really is that independent
I'm not
contractor providing prison transport that is included here?
I am not telling you yea or nay.
Oh, no.
If you want a specific answer to that specific question, as to whether the vehicles provided by Justice on Time or some similar provider are included in this. It's a large sum. It's $25 million. If you want a specific answer to that, you can get that within the next couple of minutes. Okay, and we will get it for you.
If I may, Chair, I think in an effort to move the discussion further, I believe the Honourable Minister of National Security may have the answer.
Please. If I can also add, the equipment part of the line item pertains to rental camera. It's almost about 20 million. That's the CCTV camera per month for TSTT. So that's included there.
Surely you could find out within a couple seconds that this does not include contract service for provision of prison transport. Okay? Just confirm it.
Okay, so
I can find out that.
So can I go now to cover the Honourable Member for Kamuto Manson? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is 44 million.
In light of the fact that you have identified, Minister of Finance, that the costs in here is an aggregate of the various ministries or services that have come under the Ministry of National Security, will you be therefore doing a cost-benefit analysis to determine the best option to get value for money between purchasing and renting, leasing, and what measures will be implemented to monitor and review these lease agreements from the ministry?
Minister to answer that.
Thank you.
Yes, most definitely be looking into that in terms of going forward, because we understand we have to do some cost-cutting measures. So that is part of course, part of the review going forward to see how best we can manage that.
Thank you very much. Chairman. Looking at item 17, training, and in the context of the rebooting of our human resources to deal with crime, I see a reduction of $173,000, and I want to know if this training relates to all personnel in the Ministry of National Security or only to the administrative staff. And while you're doing that, could you explain the increase in overseas travel by 475? There seems to be a question of priority. Training, a reduction, and a $500,000 increase in overseas travel.
Training.
That's item 27.
Training overseas travel. The training is in fact reflected in terms of a decreased budget, and I think for this fiscal year we are access some more training in which there are assistance from our international partners that defray some of the cost.
May I then call on the Honourable Member for Hoover South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under extraordinary item 36, extraordinary expenditure. In 2015, there was an estimate of $127,868,780, and then when it was revised, it moved down to $65,490,000. In 2016, we are seeing an estimate of $119 million, an increase of $53,510,000. And that's for the benefit of the national community in the context of transparency and so on. Could we get an explanation of what extraordinary expenditure is and what has accounted for this astronomical increase of $53+ million?
36.
All the covered units are there, plus witness protection came back as well.
There's a increase, right? Right. This has to do with the a return of the witness protection program to the ministry and some of the covert agencies that has returned to us. So that explains some of the extraordinary. It has replaced an extraordinary because of the nature of the expenditure. Right?
On the honorable member for Tobago.
Just a minute. I'm not totally satisfied with that explanation because I think that in other areas of the ministry, there's this recurring theme of extraordinary expenditure.
Honorable member for Couva South, your question, your current question, is it confined to this?
State for the records, I'm not totally satisfied with the explanation which has been provided, and I'm entitled to say that.
Yes, but I took it that you asked another question.
I said for, again, the records, I say that there's a recurring theme of extraordinary expenditure under respective agencies within the Ministry of National Security, for example, fire services and so on, prison. And I am saying, based on the commitment to transparency in government, I am not satisfied with the explanation which has been provided by the Minister of National Security.
Just for clarity, Madam Chairman, through you, what the Minister has indicated is that the extraordinary expenditure of 119 million, which by the way is less than the original provision under your government in 2015 of 127 million, is for covert operations. The fire services, the extraordinary expenditure is only $20,000, and the prison service, the extraordinary expenditure is only $150,000. But this large item of 119 is for covert operations. And I suspect that the minister does not want to go into any great detail on exactly what the items are. He has told you it includes witness protection and it includes other covert operations.
Madam Chair, I hope covert operations does not trample on the rights of citizens of this country.
Member for Tobago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to go back to item 9, rent, lease vehicles and equipment. And I want to find out from the minister, how many vehicles, other than just in time for justice, are rented by the Ministry of National Security? How many are rented by the police service? How many are rented by the prison service? How many are rented by the fire service? And I want to like to know also, from whom are these vehicles rented? And how is the process of procurement of these vehicles done? Because there's a complaint very often by officers when they are called to do investigation, we don't have a vehicle. And I'm discovering that there are several vehicles, and I mean several, dozens of vehicles like this that are rented and placed in the hands of police officers who don't wear uniforms. And these vehicles are supposed to be doing overt or covert operation. I want to know, who are they renting these vehicles from? What is the cost of renting these vehicles by contractor? And how is the procurement done in order to acquire these vehicles?
1 minute, please, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, are you asking this under the head of national security or under police? Because
I'm asking under national security because, I mean, I can ask it again if you wish under police, but national security, but I hope that the minister will take it in the wider context.
Because there's a separate item head for police.
Yeah.
Where I guess a similar question may arise. So that if you're asking about police, I'd ask if you
well, I can come back and ask it under police.
Okay? But so you may want to ask this question under this particular.
Well, I'm asking. Let me specify this part of the question for national security.
Right.
If I may, the mere fact that there is rental for covert operation, I will not disclose the rental agency because, again, if it's for covert operation and tell you the name of the rental agency, I might as well make it an overt operation. I might as well paint it and say this is a vehicle that belongs to the Ministry of National Security. I cannot.
So we are not,
it's all part of the covert
so we are not
process.
entitled even to know who from whom you are procuring these
not in the interest of national security. I can't. It means the whole thing will be compromised.
So how does the public know that you are not overpaying for these vehicles? How does the public know that there is not competitive bidding for these contracts?
How far do you want me to go back in terms of that?
Go wherever you want. I am asking the question. I'm entitled to ask the question,
Sure.
Minister.
But I would say in the interest of national security, it's not right for me to do so. I'd be compromising the very operators themselves if I do that.
All right, so can I now call the member of Shogunas East?
To raise the question on item 16.
Item 16.
The Honorable Minister of Finance indicated that my colleague had already asked that question, and he was correct. But I don't think he understood that the question had two parts. I wanted to hear from the Honorable Minister of National Security what constitutes the contract employment for this significant increase of $16.3 million, approximately.
16 or 18.5?
No, remember the Minister of Finance indicated that approximately $2 million would go for the graduate program.
Yes,
So
sure, yeah.
my arithmetic saying that it's just a difference.
Yes.
The figure includes people who are contracted with the ministry at this point in time and also the provision for the graduate employment.
Is it possible through you, Madam Chair, to ask the Honourable Minister if he can give us an idea as to the categories of the contract employment? Because it might be useful for us to understand the categories and also a list if possible.
So, Honorable Minister of National Security, would that be something you can give an undertaking to provide in writing before the...
That I can do, Madam Chair. Yeah.
All right, Honorable Member for Carney East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister of National Security, does this lease rental of $150 million, is that by itself for national security? Because I see you have lease rental for regiment, fire service, prison service separate, and regiment separate, Coast Guard, etc. Is this only for what area of national security? And if you said that there are a number of vehicles rented for covert operations, what part of this $150 million is for lease rental of these covert operations? That 150, what does it entail? Prison service, regiment, Coast Guard, or what by itself? Because each of the others has their own vote for lease rental. So what does that cover, the 150, and who does it cover? What part of the national security?
Most of the expenditure under this line item really pertains to the CCTV camera, which is about $10 million per month.
Honorable Member for Carney East, I believe that was an answer.
Well, I did realize $10 million per month.
Per month.
Yeah, so
$10 million a month. Per month.
$120 million.
That's right, to TSTT.
Okay. I haven't seen any area here. If you come to police, you might be able to find it, but the police service has a large fleet of vehicles, and when they break down, you would have to replace them, whether by
Honorable Member
lease
for Carney East, can I ask if you hold that for when we come under police, please?
Okay,
Thank you. Honorable Member for Urupuj East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, earlier, I have two questions. The Minister of Finance indicated in a generic response earlier that when we ask questions about particular subheadings and so on, we need to factor in that this would be two ministries in particular, national security, justice, and he also said tourism as well, so that accounts for increases. I'm wondering if the minister is aware that in the question asked earlier, vehicle and equipment, the increase of $25.2 million, someone asked this question, but in the Ministry of Justice last year, the estimate for vehicles and equipment was a mere $295,000. So to say in these answers that you have to look at the two ministries and add it up, I mean, if you take away $295,000 from $150 million, what accounts for this huge increase in vehicles and equipment? Now, the minister may not have the answer now, I know this, but I really would like the minister to give us a bit more detail where possible, given your national security concern. If you could give us or make an undertaking to give us, once it is possible and it does not interfere with national security considerations, as to what constitutes this $25 million increase, because it cannot by definition be the Ministry of Justice, which had $295,000 last year. You want to respond to this?
No, just for clarification, you're still talking about 09?
Yes.
09. But that's the same line item that the cameras are coming.
No, but the cameras are $10 million a month, you're
10 million a month.
More or less, whatever.
Yeah.
So we have a $25 million increase, you are estimated at 150. 295,000 from Justice, more or less, would come there. There's still a significant increase. If you could just check it for us and indicate what may account for that. Okay?
Sure.
The other point I want to make is that rent, lease of office accommodation and storage, I'm noticing a decrease now of $5.3 million. And I would ask you, if you could answer now, what accounts for this? Because to my knowledge, there's no change in the rental arrangement for national security throughout. What would account for that, if I may ask? Is it the immigration?
Yep.
But they have not moved into the immigration. The immigration, in fact, we did work on the immigration building in Frederick Street. And I'm not sure that within the next fiscal they wouldn't be prepared to move into the government campuses yet. Yes.
General administration was paying for most of these items in 2015, and the costs have now moved back to the original entities.
So the cost of rent, so there's no really fundamental change in office and rental. No. Is that you are moving the cost to the entities that have been. To the entities that you were, okay.
That's
fine.
right.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Honourable Member for Caroni.
Madam Chair, I look further down the pages to determine whether there is an area for the police service. I might be mistaken, but I'm not seeing it.
I believe, Honourable Member for Caroni East, there is a particular head, and I believe, yes, and I believe it comes after we've done national security.
Good.
Okay?
Right, man, behave yourself.
Therefore, can we then move on to item 002, Fire Service? Could we have a little order and a little attention, please? Could we go on to item 002, Fire Service? And this is page 128. Thank you. Honourable Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 13, which has a decrease of 17 million for maintenance of vehicles. Might we get an idea as to one explanation on that, please?
Decrease.
Page 128 for
128, item 13.
Extremely important for this area of operation. I just want to get an idea as to. In fact, Madam Chair, let me make the point. I'm noticing a trend in fire services in the regiment, decrease of 6.7 million, and in the Coast Guard of 8.5, a total of $22.2 million decrease. I just want to know what was the reason for that significant decrease in the maintenance of vehicles.
Right. Let's cut across the board. A new item 96 has been created for fuel and lubricants, so that has been removed from this figure. Okay.
Any other questions, clarifications sought under this item? So can we go on to item 004, prison service, which is page 129. Can we then go on to item 005, which is regiment at page 130? Kamuta Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going back to prison service 004, item 43. What type of security services are being paid for under this sub-item of expenditure? And is there a system for procurement of security services? And what determines the allocation for security services?
It's true as you waited.
Thank you.
That's the justice, just in time. Justice on time, just on time transportation that ferries prisoners to and from prisons to courthouse.
Okay, can we now go on to 005, regiment, page 130? Can we then now go on to item 006, Coast Guard, which is on page 131? Honorable Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under item 17, training, I see an increase from 8 million to 20 million. Could we get some explanation as it relates to this?
It's based on the acquisition of the new vessels that were procured. We have to train the sailors to be able to man the new vessels, and of course, to ensure that they do it competently. So that's where the training has been increased. Remember, we've just acquired, of course you know, and trust.
Are there any other questions on 006? Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Just to go back, with great due respect, to go back to just one area of food at institutions and the prison service.
Honorable Member,
all right.
Long past prison service, if I remember.
All right, can I bring it under food at institutions under...
you said this is item 40, page 130?
130.
I'm only allowing it because I see a significant sum.
Yeah. Is this only for the material, for the material for the food? I mean, or is it the cost of with labor and everything? And how does it work? You have contracted officers providing the food, or is it cooked within the prison? By whom? And how is that taken care of?
We asked you what this money was for, and you didn't answer us. We just put the same allocation as you.
No, what?
It's the cost of raw material.
Raw material? Yeah. So the prisoners prepare the meals?
Yeah.
All the meals?
Something else.
Nobody is contracted from outside the prison?
The prisoners are supervised by officers.
And they prepare the meals inside?
Yeah.
They prepare all the meals for all the prisoners? Huh?
Yes, they do. Under supervision by the prison officers.
So you don't have to contract food from outside to come into the prison service?
No, you don't. That's a security risk if you do that.
All right.
So can we go on, can we continue with 006, please, which is on page 131?
Thank you. Thank you. Minister, just some clarification. It may just be some clarification. But under item 11, books and periodicals, that jumped from $11,000 in 2014 to $400,000 estimate in 2016. What would constitute that type of jump that you'd be investing in more for the benefit of Coast Guard?
The Coast Guard has in fact This has completed a strategic plan in terms of institutional strength and so on. And in fact, yes, it is a decrease, but
no, the issue, my issue is not the decrease,
but the amount,
increase, but the quantum.
It has to do with
which moved from $11,000 to $400,000.
It's
well, what accounts for that? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Is it what you completed a program?
It's
please, the Minister of Finance is disturbing me from listening to the Minister of National Security.
You have new pamphlets for investors and so on?
What I see, books and periodicals. Is it journals? Is it an article? Is it a newspaper?
It covers a range of maritime documents and so on that they purchase. A number of maritime training and otherwise.
Training and other materials.
And Madam Chairman, for the record, contrary to the statements made by the Honourable Member, this item has gone down from 489,000 to 400,000. There's no fantastic increase. There is a decrease.
But the issue is not, is what constitutes.
Additionally, with the new vessels, they have to purchase additional charts, maritime charts, and you know. That's right. But
can we kindly go on to medical expenses? This is under 006. Honorable Member Carney, we are now in 006. I just, all right, so we're going on to Honorable Member for Cuba South. Are we in 006?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hope you're not changing the pronunciation of the constituency. With respect to sub-item 40, food at institution, I see it has increased by 6.
Might I ask Honorable Member for Cuba South?
Yes.
Are we in 006?
Yes.
Could you just please tell me the item?
132.
Thank you very much.
Sub item 40, food at institution. I see it has increased to.
So that is 40.
$6,576,500. I hope that this is not the increase in VAT that is accountable for this rise.
What's the question?
What has caused the increase in the food at institution?
It's not VAT.
it has to do with the new vessels and the new vessels having to go to sea for a number of different times. So it is an increase in vitulent, an increase in cost in terms of operations and so on. Because we expect that the vessels would be out there. I mean, they are very good vessels, as you well know. So we expect that they will be out there for extended periods, as much as they can. So the operational cost will go up because each vessel will have to be virtualized.
And
1 minute, please. Cuba South.
And center manpower.
We are still in 006.
Yeah, just on the vessels, what is the manpower on these vessels, Mr. Minister?
The acquisition of the vessels.
Would that be under goods and services?
No.
Well, in the context of what I mean, the explanation that has been provided as it relates to food.
Minister, are you in a position to answer?
It's about 30 to 40 personnel on board one of these vessels. And don't forget you have to get crew changes and so on. So there are crew changes. And additionally, the Coast Guard also has to build its strength. So there will be increase in strength in terms of recruitment and so on during the fiscal year. And so there will be an increase in strength, so we have to cater for that also, additional food at
And Madam Chair, if you would permit me, as it relates to item 96, there was no, under fuel and lubricants, there was no allocation in 2015, and in 2016 we are seeing an allocation of $30 million.
If you see in the column, as I mentioned a while ago, to go on to 96 sub-item, so there's a recent splitting of the vote. To vote 13 maintenance of vehicles. So we've taken it and moved it across there.
Okay.
All right, so may I now call on 1 minute, please. Carney East.
Item number 17 on training. There's a 12 million increase in training. Could you just identify for our information, where does that training program, what is it about? And while I'm speaking.
Honorable Member for
wait.
Carney East, I believe we got an answer for that question.
No.
I have here based on acquisition of new vessels.
That is for training for the vessels alone?
Yeah.
All right. Just because there's a recurring thing across the...
Across you.
Yeah. So all these areas of the regiment and the Coast Guard and so on, everybody prepares, and the prison, they prepare their own meal inside?
No, they don't prepare their own meal. They're centrally prepared. There's a central area they're prepared. They're not,
right,
they don't prepare your own meal.
For the Coast Guard, in the Coast Guard area, where the meals are prepared there for the Coast Guard?
It's prepared in a central area.
And then for the regiment, a central area as well?
Area.
And the prisons, a central area as well?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, the medical part now. There is the
That's item
situation...
number 58, Honorable Member.
Yeah, well, the medical part of the medical expenses for both the Coast Guard and for the regiment as well. But it will probably cover both. The regiment, as far as I remember, no, the regiment had...
We are in zero.
No, I'm going back to the medical expenses for both. There's medical expenses for
1 minute,
all of
please,
them.
members. Are you asking item 58 under 006?
Yes.
And that is Coast Guard?
Yes.
All right, yes, please.
Yes. Do you have an in-house doctor or you have an in-house team that supplies the medical care? Or if somebody becomes ill from the Coast Guard or whether the regiment or what happens, where do they go and what is this funding for in terms of the 6 million or 4 million for medical expenses?
We have one in-house doctor, one doctor in uniform, if I remember well. I don't know if that has changed. We have one doctor in uniform.
In the Coast Guard?
The service, the Defense Force. Yeah.
So that's regiment, Coast Guard.
and the Air Guard. And then we also have a doctor on contract that also assists that doctor.
So the other parts.
So there's a medical, what you call is a medical facility. There's one at Tetron Barracks, and then they have other smaller units in some of the outstation like Camp Ogden and Piaco and so on. But it's doctors.
If there is a problem with any person in the security services.
Additionally, there is also catered for medical treatment of soldiers, sailors, in external facilities if the need arises.
Are they where for what?
Other facilities if the need arises.
So you have facilities across servicing?
National, public and private.
Public and private.
Oh, so they can go to...
Yes, they can, depending on the situation, depending on referrals from the doctor.
And you all pay for the services?
That's right.
At the private institutions?
If necessary, we do. Yes, we do.
And is there what causes you to send one to a private institution as opposed to a public institution?
It's based on the situation at the time. Based on the situation, the emergency nature of the situation, or it's based on referral from the doctor.
Do you think that one medical doctor to service the entire
No, it's not. It's certainly not enough. Not enough. But we have been trying to recruit doctors more in uniform, which will be part of the establishment. But there is some discussion going with respect to the allowances and the salary to attract doctors in uniform at this point in time.
Yeah, I want to prefer, Madam Chair, that is something that you need to look at because you have thousands of security officers across the country in all different areas, prisons, regiment, Coast Guard, whatever. And one doctor there can't do the job to take care. You're shortchanging your personnel. And I would like to recommend that you look at that very critically. And this is where you need to pay some emphasis for the protection of your servicemen.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a clarification I wanted. When the Minister is responding to Member for Couva South, he said that the vessels have to go out there into the sea. Did I hear you correctly when you said that they are very good vessels?
I'm a very kind-hearted person, so I said
No,
they are
no,
very good persons. I use my...
Honourable Member, under what item are we discussing?
I'm responding to...
Members, please.
To something that the minister said, and I'm just trying to confirm whether he said that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Please, I assure you, Honourable Member for Tabakit, if he made such a comment, it would be on the record.
That's right.
No, I just wanted to confirm.
Can we go on to 007, immigration? Honourable Member for Urupuch East.
Yes, Madam Speaker. 007 is the number. I wanted to ask the Minister of National Security. In light, and I'm looking at number 12, what could possibly number 12, materials and supplies and so on, and again, you can get the answer. In light of the decision taken, and could you please take a note to remind us that the decision taken to do away with the immigration forms, when was that decision taken? 007. When was that decision taken, to your knowledge? And in light of that,
1 minute, please.
I was dealing with the passport. In light of that, would there be any cost implications of that? Because the Immigration Division, of course, will not have to have bulk and suppliers supplying that type of materials and so on, from, as they did, of course, over the decades. Is there any significant cost implication to that as well, in terms of supplies and in terms of, the costing to that department?
I don't believe there's any significant cost.
You don't think it would be a significant cost? You don't?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you will take a note that you could just remind us of when that decision was taken. Thank you.
Forget the decision part, Madam Speaker. In the budget statement, there is a date upon which this will become operational. At the present time, if you arrive in Piaco, as we speak, you have to fill out an immigration form. I have put there January 1, if my memory serves me correctly, that this will be in place.
And when did you take the decision?
Which decision?
To do away with immigration
forms. This was taken on the day of the budget itself.
Oh, on the day of the budget
as you very well know.
Okay, on the day of the budget you took that
There's a
decision.
cabinet meeting on the day of the budget. As you know, you've attended at least 5 of them, at which you decide on the budget measures.
And that day you took that decision. Thank you very much.
Formally.
Honourable Member for Carney.
As you know.
Honourable Member for Honourable Minister of Finance, could we please have a little silence to proceed? Honourable Member for Carney.
Yeah, I just want to have an open question. The new Revenue Authority, does it include at all immigration?
No.
No, fine.
Honourable Member for Princestown.
Madam Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, we see under immigration, travelling and subsistence has been increased by $5 million. This is in relation to the Prime Minister's statement last night to the Parliament, where he indicated that the government will be reviewing the cost of overseas travelling for government ministers. Is it that we are seeing an increase with respect to travelling for public officers? And can the Minister explain why a $5 million increase?
This is not overseas travel. This is terms and conditions of service, allowances. Yeah.
Honourable Member for Princestown, just for guidance, if you went to your booklet, draft estimates, details of expenditure, of recurrent expenditure, at page Roman numeral 10, there may be some guidance that will assist you in understanding the breakdown of the heads. Honourable Member for Miaru.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a general question to the Minister of Finance, and again, I am new to the Parliament, and this is my first exercise, so some guidance might be welcome from you. Does a government enjoy economies of scale when we purchase or we buy services in bulk. And the reason why I'm asking, I'm thinking from a business perspective, if I am amalgamating a number of service lines, so for instance, telephone services, if I have 200 cell phones on one company's account and I amalgamate my other 3 companies and I go to 600 cell phones, I should be able to enjoy some economies of scale there, and I'm seeing more and more increases other than decreases. Now, if it is not being done right now, perhaps I would suggest sometime as we go forward in a very tightening economy that we try to negotiate economies of scale in all these service lines as we bring ministries together. Just a comment, sir.
Duly noted, and thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions on the 007? Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and it's just a small question. I'm seeing under 57 postage. It's the first time I'm seeing it.
57?
57007 immigration. Are we there? 133? 133.
Thank you.
133. And I'm just wondering what is unique about the Immigration Department to warrant $500,000, $500,000 in postage. Maybe it could be easily explained. Courier services, passports, that's what it is. Courier. So passports are delivered to whom? Well, okay. Passports that you might apply for abroad and that sort of thing.
Honorable Member for Couva South, and then Faisabad.
That's Madam Chair, under sub-item 43, and I want to address 51 also. There's an increase in security services by 4.1 million. Is this as a result of more immigration officers, and also with respect to the relocation of overseas staff? I see 3 million, an increase of 3 million. How many persons have been involved in this particular exercise and so on?
Security services has to do with the new building that the immigration has occupied, and also there's also a building in San Fernando at Lady Hills that they're about to occupy. So the security services have been provided for those 2 areas.
So the office that is in San Fernando, at the moment, there will be an additional office? Or
we're actually moving office.
So you're moving an office, so you're not transferring the security that...
It's a larger facility, so it requires additional security.
Interesting.
Honorable Member for Faisabad.
No, I asked Madam Chair on the issue of sub-item 51, the relocation of overseas staff.
That has to do with families and so on being relocated.
So one family,
families
2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, it depends. It's a movement of families during the fiscal year. Sometimes there are 5 or 6 families having to move in one particular year, depending on the movement of staff.
I have no problem with looking after.
I can't give you a number.
I don't have any problem, Minister, with looking after the movement of persons who are serving Trinidad and Tobago. I have absolutely no problem with that. All I'm trying to get from you, we have increased this by $3 million. So is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 families?
It's based on the movement of staff, and when one staff comes in, another one have to replace that person. So it's roughly about 6 or so staff a day, and then including family members. So one staff may have a family member, maybe 5 or 6, dependent. So essentially, that's what it's all about. The movement of staff replacing one another, and could be as far as China, could be as far as India, could be as far as, different places that we have missions of, new embassies and so on.
Honorable Member for Faisabad. All right, so if we are finished with item 007, can we go on to item 008, probation service, which is on page 123.
133.
133.
133.
If there are no questions, can we go on to page 134, item 009, Forensic Science Center? Honorable Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to come back to the allocation for forensic science, and I raise this issue because I do believe that in view of the crime situation and the imperative to solve crime,
yes.
I would want clarification, Minister, on the contract employment, if the Minister can specify who are actually going to be paid under that allocation. And the second question would be on the training. I noticed the allocation for training seems to be a small sum, so I don't know if the Minister can address those issues.
So we're looking at items 16 and
16
17.
and 17.
Yes, please.
Contract employment.
Yeah, I know we did state that the forensic pathologists are
Right, that's it.
employed,
Right.
but
And other professionals within the Forensic Science Center.
so would that cater for the expected increase that you're looking at?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the vacancies.
It does seem to be a little small.
Two new ones. Two new ones for 2016.
Small.
It looks like a small sum. That's what I'm thinking, whether you have the allocation to attract the required professionals. They pay about 50,000, it's about 12. Okay. And with regards to training?
The training is in fact additional training. Most of the people come already qualified, so it's just an enhanced training for them. Most of the people who hired are already qualified.
All right.
So it's a more enhanced training for them. That's the reason for this.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Minister, through the Chair, I'm interested in items 15 and 21. Repairs and maintenance to equipment and repairs and maintenance to buildings, but more so repairs and maintenance to equipment. And there's a blanket $1 million put there. Is this $1 million based upon an assessment, a detailed assessment of what is required at this point in time to bring the equipment and so on in the Forensic Science Center up to date? Because you keep hearing complaints and you read stories about the quality of the equipment that they have to work with. Or is this just a figure put in there and we're going to read again that, you know, there are problems with the refrigerators and what have you and so on? How is this done?
Most of the equipment is in fact based on service contract, so that the maintenance.
Member for Cuba South.
Madam Chair, and just an observation really, Minister. Under item 99, now I've looked at it in other areas of your ministry, and I see an allocation of $5,000 for an employee assistance program. I would like, I mean, that is totally inadequate, and I think that the importance of human beings to all arms of operations and so on, we should really revisit that, and going forward, whether in the Ministry of National Security or outside of the Ministry of National Security, allocations to employee assistance programs should be increased based on the stressful conditions of work and the input that they make to the well-being of Trinidad and Tobago.
Noted with thanks. Thank you very much. That has been duly noted and will be taken care of. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, I want to come back to my 15 and 21, because the same questions I asked, because the inability to deal effectively with with the pileup of bodies and other investigations at the Forensic Center has to have some bearing on our ability to solve crime, which is at a very low rate right now in terms of murders in particular, 11 or 12% or what have you. And when I looked at the figures under the Ministry of Justice, under item 58 in the budget, of course that is no longer, that Ministry of Justice has been merged, it was higher in 2015 than now. And while the minister has said service contracts, something has to be terribly wrong with the service providers. If we continue to have the level of breakdowns and the level of complaints that we are getting from the people who work in there, and so on, and if productivity is an issue, then the quality of the environment and the quality of the equipment, is something we must do something about. So what I would like to ask is, does the minister have an idea of who are these contractors? How often these contractors go in there? Do we have a record of what they go in and do, and how often they go back to do the same work over and over? Because that's what I understand. So I'm questioning, one, the amount allocated, and secondly, I'm questioning also the quality of supervision, whether we have a facilities manager in the Forensic Science Center, a facilities manager who will be able to ensure that you have preventative approaches to the management of the quality of the equipment and so on.
Only there 5 years you had to do that. You're asking him?
How's Minister works?
Yes. There's an arrangement with NIPDEC right now, but I will look into it. There's an arrangement with NIPDEC who handles most of the maintenance at the Science Center, Forensic Science Center.
I hope you appreciate what I'm trying
Yes,
to
sure,
ask.
I understand you quite, and I thank you for that.
Carney East.
In keeping with what my colleague, MP for Tabakit, indicated, there are a lot of complaints now, about the physical facilities at Forensic Science Center, and there seemed to be the need for expansion and improvement. So I think it would be worthwhile for you to take some special consideration to that and probably seek some support from the Minister of Finance in getting that center going. And of course, I spoke about the accreditation process, because if the center is not properly, the infrastructure is not sound, nobody will want to come to accredit the center. And when your equipment is not good as well. So it confirms, it consolidates the point my colleague from Kabakit on equipment and infrastructure need to be upgraded to assist in making the Forensic Science Center accredited and to help with the environment for work. You should give them some more
Madam
money.
Chairman, just let me say with regard to all these comments with respect to the allocations for the Forensic Science Center and the expressions of concern about maintenance of equipment and need for expansion and accreditation, I'm very touched by this sudden concern for this institution. And I wish it had been done over the last 5 years, but since it has now, you have now realized that these things need to be done, I would take into consideration all of the very welcome suggestions coming from the member for Caroni East and Tabakit, and we will see what we can do to reallocate funds to develop and enhance and boost and upgrade the Forensic Science Center in accordance with the suggestions made by Faizabad, Caroni East, and Tabakit, and I thank you very much for your very productive and constructive comments, notwithstanding the fact we've only been here for 3 months, 3 weeks. But I understand, and we will follow your recommendations. All. As a response to all. That's the all question.
Okay, are we now completed with 009? Can we go on to 010, which is fire service, Tobago, which is at page 135. Can we then therefore go on to item 011, which is prison service, Tobago? which is on page 136. Can we go on to item 012, which is live service, which is page 137. Lifeguard service, which is page 137.
Broad question for Tobago, the expenditure on Tobago here. All these areas of that we have here, from under which vote is that coming from? Is it the vote for 2-point-something billion for Tobago, Minister of Finance? These areas here, or is it? You said part of the funding for Tobago will be 1.3 from the government, from the central government, and 2-point-something that will be given to Tobago. Is this part of the 1.3 from central government, the expenditure from here?
Member for Caroni East. I see I will have to take some lessons in how to be patient. Obviously, if this allocation is not within the allocation of the Tobago House of Assembly, obviously, I'm telling you,
if this
I'm answering you. Obviously, since this is not within the allocation for the Tobago House of Assembly, obviously, it would fall within the $1.3 billion
That's what I
indirect.
wanted to confirm.
But that is obvious.
I wanted to have that.
This is not a THA allocation.
This is part of the 1.3 billion from the central government.
It could only be.
Right.
It cannot be anything else.
For confirmation.
Honorable Minister of Finance, I think we should consider that we are also assisting the viewing public with some of these answers that you are so familiar with.
But they know it's 5 years in government.
And as I said, Honorable Minister of Finance, for the members of the public,
they know.
I think this is a great exercise with respect to giving them answers.
And you are meant for opposition.
All right, let's go on,
You're not meant
please.
for government.
Members,
Chairman,
please.
take lessons from the chairman.
Can we go on to item 013, Immigration, Tobago. Item 014, Defense Force Headquarters.
Defense Force Headquarters. Can I?
Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is at page 138.
138, ma'am. I wanted to ask the Minister of National Security to just give some explanation on 2 points, really. At 09, rent lease vehicles equipment, I noticed there is a decrease in $2.2 million there. What would account for a decrease in vehicles and equipment for the Defense Force Headquarters? And repairs and maintenance, there's a further drop there by $10.3 million. What would explain that as well? Is that fuel and lubricants? For maintenance? So they call it?
Honorable Minister of Finance, could you kindly just make the cross-reference for the guidance of the committee, please?
As the honourable member for Chaguanas East has very helpfully pointed out to his colleague from Oropuch East, what has happened in national security is that there are new items, new subheads, new items, actually, that's what they're called, and sub-items, and they've created a sub-item called fuel and lubricants, which previously was contained within the overall item for maintenance and so on. Yes.
Okay, good. But for the 2016 estimate, there's $2 million under repairs and maintenance. Correct? Why you still have something in 2016 for it if it is covered in 96 fuel and lubricants at 800,000?
What's that?
What I'm saying is that you have said before, I think 25 times, that fuel and lubricants is a new line item.
Yes.
And that would take the expenditure from repairs and maintenance buildings.
No, no, they have split it. They have split it.
Oh, they have split it?
Yes, they've split it into various sub-items.
Good, so you should have no difficulty with us asking a very simple question, which is in 2016 estimate, It is 2,000, which is $10.3 million less.
Where is this?
But
what page you on?
Just now. Get a book. You have a book?
I have it here.
Right.
What page are you on?
I am on page 138 and correspondingly 139. Under 96 fuel and lubricants, you have $800,000 there. That is your new sub-item.
Yes.
Right. You have a decrease of $10.3 million.
Under which item has been decreased by 10 million?
21. On page 138. Is there an English at
That's
21?
buildings.
I am asking the question to explain.
Buildings don't have fuel and lubricant.
But you told me it broken up and sent into that.
No, repairs of vehicles.
I am asking about 21. Why are you talking about fuel
because
and
you
lubricant
asked
then?
about vehicles first.
If you would stop interrupting and allow the Minister of National Security to answer, it would be fine.
Have mercy.
Could we exercise some degree of restraint?
Ma'am, could I address you?
Have mercy.
Ma'am, there's an issue here. We are directing questions to the Minister of National Security, who is more than cooperative. He has his technical support here, and in good time, very quickly, they are generating either direct answers or commitment answer. The Minister of Finance is in the front row and is intervening at every moment and creating to me a disjunctive process. If the Minister of National Security is here and can answer the question, please permit him to answer. If it is a matter dealing with strict financing and so on, Minister of Finance is here, but these are matters of operation in the ministry, and the minister is not asking for help.
Madam Speaker.
I'm just making a comment to you, ma'am.
Yeah, I know it wasn't a question, but I'd like to clarify. These estimates were prepared by the Ministry of Finance based on requests from the various ministries. We were unable to give the ministries everything that they asked for because the requests would exceed the appropriation. So the Ministry of Finance, the Budgets Division, in consultation with the various departments, would make an allocation. So in some situations you would see a simple allocation of $1 million. That's a nominal allocation. Or you might see a reduction, or you might see an increase. The minister is new. And the reason why the Ministry of Finance is getting involved is that these are generic issues, and we're giving you generic answers.
Madam Chairman, am I permitted to ask the Minister of National Security a question?
And therefore, member for Oropouche East, you now have an opportunity to ask the question you would like to ask.
Minister of National Security, there is a decrease in the heading of repairs and maintenance to buildings by 10.3 million. If there would be an explanation you could put forward now or an undertaking, I'll be very happy. And while I'm on that, there's also the issue of the vehicles and equipment, which also decreased by $2.2 million. If that is related to the new subheading, you can indicate that or not, but I'm really asking you to give us some type of explanation as to those type of decreases. That's all.
With respect to the repairs and maintenance to building, there was an aggressive refurbishment of office accommodation and so on in 2015, right? And therefore, in 2016, there's a decrease. There's a decrease based on that.
So what you're saying is the work was done already?
Right.
Okay.
A substantial part of the work was done
in 2015?
Yes.
Okay,
right.
Very good.
Can we then go on to
the vehicles and equipment?
The vehicles, 13? Which one is it?
9.
9. Rental?
The rental, vehicle and equipment.
The rental of vehicles is based really on the operational tempo. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it decreases, depending on the state of operations and so on.
Okay, can we therefore go on to item 015, Cadet Force. Are we on to 015 Cadet Force? Honorable Member for Point of View.
Madam Chair, I just want to ask, before you go on in 014, line item 40, trying to get your attention. Food at institution, $2 million. First time a new item there. Never before they had any expenses related to that item. I just wanted to get some clarity why they would want to have a food at institution and defense force, which they never had before. line item 40.
Page 138.
138, correct.
Traditionally, the food at institution would have come from the Coast Guard, and regiment. But in 2016, Defense Force Headquarters was responsible for providing its own food at institution.
Thank you. So I guess we'll see a reduce in the other, in Coast Guard and the other areas, respectively.
Not necessary.
Thank you.
Honourable Member for Naparimo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I am looking at 014 under training, and I'm seeing a reduction of $1.3 million. When we go to the cadet force shortly, you would see a reduction of $1 million. And we will see later on an increase in the air guard. Am I sensing that training is being reduced in the Army and the cadet services, and old emphasis from a training perspective, from a human resource development perspective, is being accorded only to the Air Guard and to the Coast Guard?
There are two different natures of training you're talking about. Because training in the Air Guard is different than training in the regiment. And far more different than what goes on in the Coast Guard. In cost of training in the Air Guard, for instance, is a different kind of cost, because you're talking about pilots and more technical related training, as opposed to the regiment or opposed to the so that will account to a large extent for the difference in the amount that is appropriated for the Air Guard compared to the regiment and so on.
But the decreases in the regiment and in the Defense Force Headquarters in no way reflects a diminished interest in training and upgrading the human resources.
It doesn't.
Item 015, Cadet Force, page 139. Yes, we are. Can we then? Is it one question, Honourable Member for Superior?
Me, Honourable Madam Chair.
I'll be grateful.
Thank you very much. I notice under the Defence Force there is no head here on the goods and services for stationery and office supplies and so on. Is it that this will be taken care of otherwise? The other heads have it under there.
Defense Force Headquarters, number 10.
No, under 10. Well, the headquarters, yes. I guess if it's not there. 10.
Item 10?
Thank you. Item 10, it's there. Thank you.
Okay. So can we move on, please?
Where do you see that?
And we now go to 015, which is on page 139, Cadet Force.
Yeah, decrease of $1 million.
Can we then go Member for Carinese?
No, that would have come under emoluments. That's all right.
Can we then go on to item 016, which is the Air Guard, page 140. Item 017.
Page 141.
Member for Point of Appeal.
Sorry, madam. Page 141. Item 61. This is under Air Guard, 016, insurance.
Yes.
You have a massive increase of 8.5 million.
Yes.
That's the insurance for the helicopter. That's moved from PSIP to recurrent expenditure. Insurance for the helicopters.
New helicopters, I presume? If you're moving from PSIP to recurrent.
Yeah, existing
Existing
helicopters,
the Augusta Westland helicopters, among others.
AW139s.
The ones you are using, Augusta Westland.
Yeah,
We still had to
Member for Siparia?
insure them.
I'm giving way to...
Okay, member for Caroni East.
On page 140, maintenance of vehicles.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
The service contracts for maintaining the vessels, the air guard vessels, the air guard helicopters and so on, Augusta, Westland and so on. There's a certain amount of money that is paid to the international company for keeping these things in the proper fitness. Where is that shown in this under Air Guard 016? Can you help direct us to where, or is that incorporated in the maintenance?
That's under the development program.
That's under development?
Sure.
All right, so we look at it there. But shouldn't it be under maintenance of vehicles? Because you're maintaining the
Well, it's not. So
fleet?
It's part of the contract.
Plane is
So it comes
not a
under DP.
vehicle.
All right, okay.
If I may now, under that same, thank you, madam, maintenance of vehicles, so this does not include the helicopters and so on.
Not a vehicle.
And therefore, I would want to think then is like motor vehicles. I noticed that there is almost a 50%, by half, decrease in maintenance of vehicles. Is there a reason why? It has dropped from 15.5 million to 7.2 million. This is on the line item 13 under the air guard. It's cut in half.
It's not cut in half, you know. Yeah, but it was 22 before. It's 22 gone down to 15. Yeah.
They've taken out the fuel and the lubricants and so on and put it in the vote 96 from that vote. So that's a decrease. 96, yeah.
Has been
Throughout.
removed from all of these.
Only $10 million if you look at it.
For this ministry?
No, for this particular item. Air Guard, $10 million.
Okay. So 10 and 7, 17.
Item 96.
96?
Yes.
Fuel lubricants, yeah.
All right.
But it's throughout now, under every one of the units, you have a fuel and lubricants.
Identify fuel as a separate item, you know, that's an area where there is abuse, you know. So it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all.
Sure.
To monitor it.
Okay, so can we go on to item 017, which is Immigration Detention Center on page 141.
You want still under air guard, line item 50, housing accommodation. We see here for 2016, there was nothing in 2015, and now we see a 400 in 2016. Honourable Minister, any explanation for that?
I have to clarify that. Most likely might be people. Expansion.
It's in the terms and conditions.
The explanation we're getting is that, you know, new people come in from time to time. Their terms and conditions might be a little different, so that you would see there was an allocation of 840. Actual expenditure in 2015 was nothing, zero. Now an allocation has been put of $400,000 that is probably to cater for contract negotiations with new staff coming in, or settlement of a contract with a contract officer. You see, when the Ministry of Finance is doing these allocations, when you see a round number like that of 400,000, so it's not
estimated.
Yeah, it's an estimated number. Okay, it's just an allocation, and the ministry has the
authority to vie with the approval of the Ministry of Finance if they would need to spend more than $400,000.
Honorable Member for Tabaquit.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was trying to get your just ask a very quick question. Yes, you said maintenance of vehicles does not include the aircraft, and you said it might be under the development. No, the fixed wing. Sorry, C-26. I believe that we have a contract with a Canadian firm to maintain those aircraft.
Could we wait until we get to that item? Because this is just vehicles, motor vehicles. Could we wait until we get to aircraft?
Okay, all right.
All right?
I'm not seeing it at all. That's
no
why I
problem.
asked.
I'll try and find it for you in the meantime.
Item 017, Immigration Detention Center on page 141. Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm looking at food at institutions, item 40, and I see it's $5 million, the allocation. And when I looked at food at institutions for the entire prison service, it was $16 million. Am I to assume that the population at the Immigration Detention Center is 1/3? So therefore, this seems to be inordinately high. At $5 million, and you could, if you wish, go back to page 130 and see the $16 million allocation for food at institutions, at all prison institutions.
The food here is contracted by a service provider, the IDC.
And that could explain
the difference. Prison cook their own food.
But it may be that you may wish to use. No, well, you can't, because people are short term.
It's too different.
Yeah, okay.
Different facility.
Understood. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, through you, could the Honourable Minister explain how we moved to $8 million for contract employment, and could he expand in terms of what this contract employment entails?
16.
Yes.
This member for Princeton, this is the guards at the IDC. The guards at the IDC. They were previously under other contracting services, and they've now been moved to the contract employment.
Honourable Minister, would you consider then that in order to cut costs that we may wish to use officers from within the regiment for this service rather than...
No. The regiment can be used to specialize. It's a different kind of... The IDC is a special place. So you can't use the soldiers for that. You almost look like a concept.
Honourable Member for Miaro.
Madam Chairman, through you to the Minister of National Security. I notice in terms of contract labor, right through all your budget allocations, I have a question in terms of what are the standard durations for these contract positions? Are they spread across 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years? And secondly, how are these contract positions sourced? Are they advertised on the newspapers, or are they picked from existing contracting companies that you may have? What's that process? What is the process involved? Thank you.
It's normally 1, 2, or 3 years, and they advertise.
They advertise, yeah. Okay.
Item 018, Volunteer Defence Force Reserves, page 142.
Madam Chair. There's a
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, thank you. There's a common thread running through all the areas of the different arms of the security services on uniforms. You'll see here on Volunteer Defence Force, the uniform is $3 million. And I don't want to take you back, but you have uniforms of Air Guard for 6 million, and then you have uniform for cadet, 2 million, and so on. Could you enlighten us on the methodology of procurement of uniforms, or does each one of the arms of the security services, how do they procure the uniforms? That's a question. Could you enlighten us on the procurement and the process for the procurement? Because the uniforms across the security services seem to be close to about, from my simple addition, about $15 million, and that's a significant amount. And is there, can you, all right, let's hear your process.
Let me first outline the different type of uniforms. And the cadet is outside of the Defense Force structure, right? But different type of uniforms. The Coast Guard wear a different uniform to the Army, a different uniform to the Air Guard,
sure.
Right? And the procurement is based on, in some areas it would be tendering based on the material, and there some might be unique only to one supplier for security reasons. So there are different kind of processes depending on the nature of the uniform.
No, I'm still not clear, Madam Chair.
You don't go and shop that out.
Let's run through a process for, let's say, the uniforms for the process, for the
procurement process.
Yeah, for the Volunteer Defense Force. How do you have $3 million there. You want to get your uniforms for the reserves or for Coast Guard or so. How does that arm of that thing deal with it? Do they advertise it that you have, or you have had a supplier supplying it for years and they just continue to supply? And is that, if that is so, there's something wrong with that?
In some cases, we go back out to tender, but there's, for instance, the camouflage pattern for the regiment is a pattern that is made specially for Trinidad and Tobago Regiment.
Internationally or here locally? Manufactured here locally?
No, it's not made locally.
No, but you're not answering the question, Honorable Minister. If you could enlighten us, you have $3 million to spend on uniform. How do you go about that? You just have a supplier and you say, all right, next year you provide X amount, next year you provide Y amount. Is there not an annual tender for it, or is it a tender continuing for 5 years or 10 years?
There are in fact open tenders.
On an annual basis?
It depends as required, yes.
No, that's an amorphous answer.
For 2016, let's ask for 2016.
Let's say, what process would you use for 2016?
Can I assist? A uniform would have a certain life cycle. So some uniforms might last 18 months, some might last 2 years, some might last 3 years. So when you're doing procurement, you may not have to do it every year. So the allocation is based on an estimate of the quantity of uniforms, let's say the volunteer reserves, that would be in need of replacement. So you may not tender for a complete set of uniforms every year.
Listen, the whole process of procurement is a big issue. You want to replace them. If you're saying replace the uniforms, don't you have to do a procurement process to replace it?
What the minister is telling you is that when the minister
answer, he has the answer there.
When the need, he's only been there for 3 weeks. When the need arises,
his permanent secretary is there.
I know. Allow me to speak, please.
Oh, Jesus.
Because
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Yes.
1 minute, please. Could we ask whether the Honorable Minister of National Security is in a position? 1 minute, please. Is the Honorable Minister of National Security in a position to answer?
There are some open tenders for things like boots, helmets, and socks and shoes, and there are some selective tenders for security items.
Is it a sole selective?
Sole selective for only for arms and ammunition.
Sorry? Minister of Finance.
One minute, please. Have you got your answer?
No, I'm still.
Honorable Minister of National Security, you are saying that there are in respect to the tender process?
That has been the way it's been done, but as we go forward, we will look to review those systems and procedures as we go forward.
But in terms of, that's been the way
it's done.
If
That's
you can
right.
just outline, because there's been some, excuse me, please, Honorable Member for Couva South. Honorable Member for Couva South, please. Honorable Member for Couva South, please. It's unfortunate that it's your voice that I'm hearing. Honorable Minister of
The way
National
it's done
Security.
now is open tenders for items such as boots and helmets and socks and shoes, selective tenders for security items, and so selective for things like arms and ammunition. But as we go forward, we're going to be reviewing that. That's the uniform. Open.
Madam Chairman, may I come in here?
1 minute, please. May I ask in terms of the uniforms, and I think it follows from a question that was asked. Are you asking about the actual making of the uniforms or the fabric of the uniforms? The manufacturing of it. Who does it, or is it the process? I think that's what you're asking.
To a sole supplier all the time and say, you make these for me?
What I said.
I believe you said it's an open tender. Honorable Minister, Member for Caroni East, he said it was an open tender.
Madam Chairman, could I make
By
a point?
way of assistance.
Very much assistance. Madam Chairman, we are looking at the estimates of expenditure for the year 2016. As you are aware, there is a procurement bill, Procurement Act as a matter of fact, which has been partially proclaimed. So whatever procurement systems were used in the past, in 2015, when the Honourable Minister was not the Minister, may not necessarily apply going forward into 2016. So, Madam Chairman, when members opposite ask, what was the system used before, that has very little application to the estimates for 2016, especially since there will be a new procurement regime in 2016. And therefore, since procurement is a responsibility of the Ministry of Finance, and since the Procurement Regulation Agency will report to the Ministry of Finance, and since it is the Minister of Finance's responsibility to implement the new procurement system for general application and for general assistance, whatever was done in the past with respect to procurement is going to change in 2016, and what will be done in 2016 will be transparent, will be equitable, will be cost-effective, will be honest, will be appropriate, so that we cannot go back into 2015 and see what you did. We are going forward, and we're putting a much better procurement system in place in 2016.
Are you aware,
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
the honourable member has been disingenuous to say what is the existing position, which probably happened before. That is the situation now. What you're talking about is an intent to change. When it changes, fine, you come and tell us.
It will change in 2016.
But what is the process now? But I do believe, without the intervention of Diego Martin West, the Honourable Minister has answered the question.
I believe the question is
He cannot answer that question.
Why wouldn't you?
1 minute, please, members. I know we're in committee and we're a little more relaxed, but let's facilitate the process. And I believe the question has been answered.
He can't tell you what
Can we
procurement system.
therefore, Honourable Member for Caroni?
Madam Chair, I heard the Minister of Finance make a statement on the procurement bill, and he made one statement which I would like him to clarify. He said that the procurement, under the procurement bill, which has been partially proclaimed, Act, that the procurement, I don't think he used the word regulator, but he said the procurement reporting will be to the Minister of Finance. Can I ask the Minister whether he simply said that, made a slip, or intends to change it from what it is now, which is reporting to the Parliament?
Madam Chairman, in the first place, I said no such thing. What I said, and this was the responsibility of my predecessor, Minister Hawaii, was that the system of implementation of the new procurement legislation is a responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. You will recall that a committee was established, a task force as a matter of fact, with Mr. Hamel-Smith being the chairman of that committee, to implement a new procurement regime in all government ministries, agencies, and departments. That the responsibility for the implementation of the procurement regime is a responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. And we do intend to go forward into 2016. We have said that we are going to amend the procurement legislation, and we will move swiftly to fully operationalize the new procurement system. And therefore, it is unfair to ask any minister what is going to be the procurement system based on what occurred in the past under your administration. We are going to implement a completely new procurement system, which is clean, honest, and transparent.
I suggest that the discussion that we are entering into at this stage is not relevant to the process.
Totally irrelevant.
Honorable Member of Finance, Honorable Minister of Finance, please permit me. The discussion is not, it is not relevant. Remember, we're in committee, so we are a little more relaxed. But still, we can't break down to pure anarchy, okay? I would want to suggest that the discussion is going along a lines that is not relevant to this process. I would expect if there are to be changes, there will have to be legislative changes, and they come about in a particular type of way. So that I would want to suggest that we resume to the exercise at hand. Okay? So may I call, again, as I said, we are in item, we're still under goods and services, and we're under 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves, which is at page 142. And therefore, if we, Honorable Member Famiaro.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister of National Security, again, looking at uniforms here, and I just want to tread carefully on this question before I get sidelined. Is there an inherent security risk to sew or make our uniforms locally through our own young people in new industries that can be created in Trinidad and Tobago? My question is, rather than importing uniforms that are being made, we already have surplus human resources on the island. Is there an inherent security risk to make these uniforms locally here? Thank you.
There is somewhat of a risk, yes, I would say. Yes, there is. Okay. And there's also certain kind of specifications for the uniforms, especially things like the camouflage and so on, that must be taken into consideration.
So just to continue, so because of the security risk, the consideration of making some of them, perhaps let's say like the police uniforms, the fire uniforms, to be sewn locally using our surplus human resources, that may be out of the question.
Something has been tried in the past, not ruling it out in the future, but it has been tried in the past, and something that we could consider going forward. But at this point in time, based on the security risk and so on, and especially in terms of quality control and so on, because remember, these uniforms stand up to very rigid training and environment, different kind of environment and so on.
Just one follow-up, Madam Chairman. Knowing that we are in a position, again, coming back to the tight economic conditions that we're heading in, perhaps some training, some collaboration with the necessary training organizations to raise the standard, raise the quality. And I think my main purpose here is how can we utilize our surplus human resource that we can use in a very productive way. That's also. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to build the capacity. Once we have the capacity and we could produce the necessary kind of quality and standard, we can work with that. Thank you.
Okay, can we therefore go on to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, which is at page 143. 001, general administration. Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you. Under 03, the total head for minor equipment, we see a major decrease of $20.3 million. Of course, that would be the other items, line items will be subsumed. But has there been a deliberate policy decision to decrease your minor equipment purchases? Page 14303, minor equipment. From, yeah?
001, general administration.
Well, not general, I'm looking at the total minor equipment purchases. The very first line, Madam Chair, has moved.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, has moved from 123 to 103, a decrease of 20.3 million for minor equipment purchases, the totals. So, perfect.
The second one is fire services, the third one is prison service.
Well, I wasn't aware, Madam Chair, that we have to do the item.
Well, that's how we've been doing it.
Heads.
Well,
And this is
I
the
would
total of all the
suggest,
line items.
but Honorable Member for Superior, I would suggest that maybe if we went to the individual sub-items, it may give you the answer for the ballpark figure that you're asking.
Thank you, and I thank you for the guidance. With due respect, when we go to each of these line items, it will tell us the specific item that might have had a decrease. I'm not saying I want to know which vehicle, whether it was vehicles or whether it was a typewriter. I'm saying, was there a policy decision to generally decrease your minor equipment purchases as a whole? A policy decision to decrease, because it's a $20 million decrease. The items will tell you which ones.
Yeah, if you look at fire services, for example, that has been decreased by $4.5 million. You look at, increase. If you go to general administration, it's been vehicles decreased by 1.3 million. If you go to regiment, vehicles decreased by 1.8, Coast Guard decreased by 3 million, and so on and so on. The only way you could get the answer to your questions is to go into the actual items and look at the actual decreases, because it's an aggregate figure of a large number of items and sub-items. So there's no policy. If you look, you will see some have gone up and some have gone down, and the net effect of all of that is a decrease. So you have to deal with each item and sub-item individually to get the answer. Well, okay, that's...
To disagree
you
with
can
respect,
disagree if you wish.
And I leave it in the hands of the Madam Chair. To decrease down 20 million.
To decrease or increase anything.
Right.
It's according to need. And that's your answer.
Item 001, General Administration. Yes, Honorable Member for Tabakit.
I thought we were going on to item 002, fire service, because that's a... Sorry. No,
Can we then go on to 002?
Yeah.
Yes, please, Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. And what I'd like to ask is whether this $24.5 million, in terms of minor equipment, what are we talking about? Does this include any fire tenders and so on? Because I asked this because recently there was need to respond to a fire, and I heard the fire services people saying that there were no fire tenders available in two of the fire stations, and therefore they could not respond. Is this about fire tenders or water truck? What is this 24.5 million about? And if so, how does it meet the needs of the fire service?
To include fire.
You're a lawyer, should have taken to court long.
For the new fire vehicles will come under the development program, and this figure here would be for the
new fire vehicles in the development program.
This is replacement. This one is for replacement. Replacement of fire vehicle.
You know how many by chance? Through the chair?
Roughly. I'll give you a figure. This is a replacement.
Yeah.
It's a very simple question. You say vehicles, 24.5 million. What vehicles are they?
I'll get at.
Yeah, that's it.
What type of vehicles?
Yeah, a car, a van, a truck.
One that fell down a ravine and you pulled out for 6 million.
So honorable members, we will get this
type of vehicle.
Writing. And will we get a breakdown of the vehicles to be replaced and the costs as associated with each vehicle? Yes, are we finished with 002? Can we go on to 004?
Madam Chair, on similarly for number 4, other minor equipment, there's 8 million. So that's significant also. What is the other minor equipment that is involved here? All I'm concerned about is that the fire services get what they have to get in order to protect the lives and property of the citizens.
Other minor equipment with the things like breathing apparatus and so on. Equipment for the firefighter. That's not listed under uniform and those kind of things. Like breathing apparatus and equipment that is not neither uniform or otherwise that the firefighter uses in the performance of his duties.
Madam Chair, I understand what the minister is saying, and I appreciate the general answer. But my experience has been that you get these general answers, Minister, and then you don't have a full detail of what is going to be bought, and you end up either buying or not buying, or buying the wrong things. And therefore, you have to have a match between what the technocrats in the fire service, the people who want the equipment tell you, and what is bought. And I'm just trying to make sure that we have a proper fit between what is requested, what is necessary, and not just buy things. I mean, fire hoses, for example, have, holes all over the place, and the fire officers show you that all the time. Recently, they had it in the newspaper, they roll out the fire hoses, and you could see the water flipping all over the place. So we need to do something about it. And I just want to make sure, if we do it now, let's do it right.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you very much.
Oropouche East.
Minister, just to add to that, and why I myself am concerned with this vehicle and the composition of that subheading, is that we really want to be to have some assurance from you and from your ministry that the vehicles and fire appliances and so on would be available to occupy and work out of the Mayaro fire station that was recently constructed. Because when we asked that in the budget, during the debate, we said we will work it out in the finance committee. So I'm very clear now, if this is the heading for 24.5 million, do we have to purchase new appliances, new equipment, new whatever for Mayaro so that could be up and running? Because when I go later on, I don't want to dwell on it, but when you go to Tobago Fire Service, there's also an increase of about $3 million or so. I know you have some intention to do some work there as well.
Honorable Minister for National Security.
The intention is to outfit the Mayor's fire station.
Okay.
Okay, can we go on to 004 on page 22? Can we go on to 005, which is regiment on page 144? 006, Coast Guard. 007, Immigration.
Coast Guard again, Madam, 006. I note that there has been a decrease of $6.3 million for all the items under 006 on the goods and services. Can the minister indicate why it is we are decreasing every one of these items? Under the Coast Guard, yeah. We're under Coast Guard or regiment, Madam?
But we're under Coast Guard.
Yeah, okay. But the same under the regiment, by the way. Decrease of 13.3.
It's based on rationalizing the budget and things in terms of prioritizing what is required, what they can do in 2016 as opposed to what they've done in 2015. Yeah. So they have some areas that they had to do some adjustments.
Member for Tabaki.
Does minor equipment and vehicles here under Coast Guard include specifically any vehicles and equipment for Cedras, for the port of Cedras? And also, does it include anything for Maruga and Orange Valley, Calibre area?
These are more vehicles, not vessels. Vehicles, vehicles you're talking about, yes. Yeah. So vehicles would be done where there's requirement for, they will outfit. If there's a requirement for a vehicle, a jeep, or such for Cedras, then that's based on the command of the Coast Guard assigning that vehicle to that location, wherever they need it.
I'm very concerned about Cedras.
I too, I am also.
Yeah, yes. Because you're a member of Parliament.
Yes.
Very concerned because what has been happening in Cedras, and there are a number of immigrants, illegal immigrants coming through there, drugs in recent times, and whatever have you. And I feel that I feel very strongly about what should be done down in Cedras there, and Maruga. And Maruga. And Madam Chair, maybe you could guide me on something, please. In the standing orders, under 5084, Procedure and Examination of Estimates in Standing Finance Committee, there amendments to the heads of expenditure to increase the sums allotted. Is it that can be done in this committee by the minister? If the committee here is convinced and convinces the committee that you should have an increase in the particular head?
But this would be under Standing Order 84-5.
Yes.
And this would require a motion by a minister, which must first have cabinet approval for the increase. So I don't know if I'm getting your drift. I don't know if it will that say a member on your side.
Yeah, no, I know it's a minister has to move it.
A minister has to move it.
Yeah, but bear with me a moment. But here we are debating the allocations and what have you. And here I am, and I think the minister is convinced of what I'm saying, that more needs to be done, for example, in Cedras. And it may be that sufficient has not been put in the budget to deal with Cedras, which is a very porous area, and Maruga, which is a porous area. And I'm saying maybe something can be done here in the committee. And I'm trying to figure out what is the process that allows us to amend this budget. Because amend so that we can have a change in the head. Maybe I'm wrong, you know.
No, but I think, Honorable Member, the provisions of Standing Order 84.
I read it.
5 are clear. And I believe there is also another standing order which says, and I think it comes with money bills, that could only be done by a minister. It couldn't be a private member.
No, but I'm saying that how, you know, if you have a standing order like this, right, it then does suggest that at this committee we have the possibility of convincing the minister that you may increase ahead of expenditure. You cannot decrease, but you can increase.
But I would say that if you so convince the minister, then the minister would have to do something by going to the other place.
Well, I'm trying...
And I don't know that, therefore, the direct action that you would like to result from something that may be felt here can be effected here. Okay?
Well, I think that the minister is convinced that something more
Well, let's put it this way, Honorable Member for Tobago. I think the only person who could tell us that he's convinced is the minister.
No, madam, I'm not being facetious or anything.
That's
I'm very, very serious because I happen to live in the south and I know the circumstances there. And because not only there, but along that entire Mosquito Creek area, going right into Otaheite, it is a haven for people coming in there with illegal activities. And therefore, I think that I want to prevail upon the minister to look at this standing order and to let us do something even more for that particular area.
Honorable Minister of National Security.
Noted, Madam Chair.
All right, Honorable Minister of Finance. Seeing that this comes under finance and the budget is your portfolio.
Madam Speaker, for the benefit of honorable members opposite, if a head is increased and no other head is decreased, there will be an increase in the overall appropriation, which would affect the fiscal balance. And therefore, any increase in any head, notwithstanding that standing order, will require firstly the approval of the Ministry of Finance and then the approval of Cabinet, which is why Cabinet is mentioned there. And therefore, it is unfair to ask a minister to increase a head, because that first has to be approved by the Minister of Finance. And I can assure you that unless it is absolutely necessary, because we have a mid-year review, we have the authority to vie between heads, as you know, that ministers can vie between heads, that we would not be making any major adjustments to these estimates at this time, because that will disrupt the entire budgetary process. We'd have to print new pages and so on. So what I would tell you is, having listened to everything that is being said, if the minister, if this minister or any other minister wants to make adjustments consequent on recommendations coming from the other side, from your good selves, then certainly once the increase is reasonable and there's sufficient funds within the overall allocation for that ministry, I would accommodate that request coming from the minister. I would allow viaments, and I would also allow expenditure that may go beyond the initial allocation, because you can always supplement at the mid-year review. But to actually make an increase here on the floor during this 5 days, that is highly unlikely. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, members, thank you very much. Can we move on?
Not gonna happen.
We are at item 007,
It's not going to happen.
page 144. 007, page 144. Then can we move on to item 008 at page 145, probation service? Can we therefore go on to item 009, Forensic Science Center, page 145. 010, Fire Service Tobago.
Under vehicles, 01, under the fire service, I see here an increase of 3 million for the fire service Tobago, if the minister will be kind enough to tell us what that is for. Not just for vehicles, but which vehicles, what type, numbers, costs per unit.
And that's for replacement vehicles for Tobago.
What kind of vehicle, sir?
Can we ask again?
Fire tenders or other vehicles?
I think, Honorable Member for Siparia, we had got an undertaking in an earlier head that what will be provided is a listing of the vehicle and cost of the particular vehicles, and maybe we can deal with this.
Sure, for the record then, we give the insurance for this too, ditto?
Everything, I understand that everything that is done here is considered an assurance.
No, the assurance now, you see, on this specific.
All right?
Yes, so it's
okay.
given. You have
So
to say
we can-
yes for us to record it.
Record your nod.
All right, so can we go on to 012, which is lifeguard service, on page 146. 014, Defense Force Headquarters, page 146. 015, Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In the context of the challenges we face with young males and the critical role that I think that institutions like the cadet force can play in ameliorating that problem that we have, I just want to record and to draw to the minister's attention, not necessarily for an answer, that it's a bit, I view it a measure of some concern, the reduction in expenditure to the cadet force. And I knew the Minister of Finance said that there may be a process involving him in the context of looking at possibility of amendments. I would just ask that he bear that in mind as something worthy of consideration for support. Thank you.
All right,
May I just say,
Member for Siparia.
May I just say, Madam Speaker, that I would just say that will apply to all useful suggestions. That was a very useful suggestion, and that the ministry will consider all such requests coming from the Ministry of National Security and any others based on the very valuable contributions being made by members opposite, like that one, for example.
Honourable Member for Siparia.
Before we could do 1.5, before you mentioned 1415, and okay, so can I kindly, thank you, Madam. 014, again, I see a 5.1. In fact, every item under the Defence Force Headquarters has been reduced to the extent of 5.1 million. Now, when I had asked the question as a global question, I was told to come under the specific items, which really gives the quantities. But again, Minister, if you'll be kind enough, is this again part of your prioritizing that you decreased on the goods and services?
Yes, it's done on prioritizing, but also done on the fact that some things were received in 2015, and therefore
so some good work was done.
Work was done in 2015.
Would you be kind enough to say which of these that work was done in 2015, so you don't have, you could decrease every one for 2016?
No. So we're looking at 2016.
No. The minister is saying that in 2016 every single line item has been decreased to zero because work was done in 2016. So there's no work under every line item here for 2016. Yes? To be done. Is that what you're saying?
No, pardon, I didn't hear what you said, Member for Siparia.
You said under 014, every line item, there is no allocation. In other words, there's been a decrease of 5.1.
There is decreases. There are line items in 2016, and you'll see that
there is a decrease of 5.1 million.
Yes. Yeah, overall.
Overall, yes, for every
but
of these items.
There are still items to be received in 2016 going forward.
And you said this was because work was done in 2015.
I said work was done in 2016, and work will be done in 2016 also. And work will be done in 2016 also.
Okay, Madam. Okay, Madam Chair, thank you.
Can we go on to 016 Air Guard on page 147? 017 Air Guard.
Again, Minister, I see again a decrease of 3.3 million under the Air Guard for all these line items, which is like half of, anyway, 3.3 million decrease. I just recorded.
I wanted to ask, could I? Just a follow-up.
This is on 016.
Yes. Minister of National Security, I wanted to ask, is there some risk here that whether it was a deliberate policy or not, whether it is a result of prioritization or budgetary restraints, is there any risk to national security that throughout, and I'm on 016 because that's where there's a big decrease here, minor equipment for the Air Guard and so on. Is there a risk that we are undermining the integrity of national security institutions by slashing across the board every single division in national security in this way? Because while we look at the overall figures, you would agree, wages and salaries pick it up a big contribution there and is responsible in the main for the overall figure. But this continues throughout, and I'm just asking you whether there's serious risk involved with under budgeting for national security in this way. It's almost like a slashing of the national security budget across the board.
No, I don't think there's any risk involved. I think it's been provided for in 2016. I don't think there's any risk involved.
And we intend to be very prudent in 2016 and not waste money as happened in 2015.
won't get my equipment.
Members, can we go on to item 017, which is the Immigration Detention Center?
Is there any risk here with a 1.5 million decrease across the board for 017?
No, it's prudent.
Minister of National Security? Through you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister of National Security, we are on item 017, Immigration Detention Center, and the Honorable Member for Siparia is asking the question with respect to the decrease in $1.56 million. Would there be any threat
compromising
of the national security?
Because there's some things that were acquired already, and therefore we don't need to acquire them in 2016.
Okay. Can we go on to item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves? Can we then?
Mr. Minister of National Security, again, there's a $3.3 million decrease. You are certain that for the Volunteer Defense Force Reserves, this will not again compromise the integrity of their performance at all, that we are slashing their budget again?
We're rooting out corruption.
You are rooting out corruption in the Volunteer Defense Force Reserve?
Yes, everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what JTOM asked us to do.
Can we go on to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies? This is on page 148.
Yes. Could I ask? So is it that you are rooting out corruption in the regional associations as well? Because there's also a decrease here.
Everywhere there's waste, mismanagement, and corruption, we are rooting it out.
In the Caribbean Crime and Security Organization. Okay. And the regional bodies. Fine.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Siparia.
Thank you, Madam. Under 04, transfer subsidies, regional bodies. I'm looking at a decrease with respect to impacts of $1.5 million. What caused this decrease allocation to impacts, please? Through you, Madam, to the Minister of National Security. Impacts. A decrease of 1.5 million allocation for the purposes of that regional body impacts.
Item 05.
05. Taking out corruption out of impacts?
In Barbados. You're rooting out corruption in Antigua. In Nevis.
I'm looking at line item 05, impacts.
15 was 13, it went up to 15. We've now allocated 14. It's an appropriate allocation. It's more than the original allocation of 2015.
Makes sense.
Yes, it's an appropriate, prudent, fiscally responsible allocation. They said we are rooting out waste and mismanagement.
In impacts.
Can we?
Everywhere.
We'll ask what that is when you come back. This is good.
Can we therefore go on to
international bodies?
004.
Madam Chair, through you, if I may. Madam Chair, through you, as an
honorable member,
if I may just pause a course for the moment. I know we have next to TTPS, but I do not, given the time, you did say we stop at 8. We may not get around to that, and perhaps you may want to release them. Please.
Indeed, Griffin, might I ask the position of the government? Are you in concurrence with the suggestion?
Madam, we did indicate, as you did when at the start of the proceedings, that we would end at 8 today. And I certainly agree with the leader of the opposition that we should release the police service, because at the rate that we're going now, I doubt we'll finish national security and get to them before 8 o'clock.
Highly unlikely.
So
right,
I would
so
agree with
you.
that on behalf of the government.
So may I, on behalf of the committee, thank the representatives of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and maybe the members of the technocrats from the Ministry of Trade and Industry here also. And therefore, we would like to thank you for your attendance. We would really like to relieve you at this time and would ask you to return tomorrow at 1:30. Just members, in terms of, I believe we said we were going to start with THA tomorrow, which would be 1:30. So would we want the police to come here for 1:30? So would we suggest a time? Could we say to them 3 o'clock? Right? All right, so, all right. So, as I say, could we then therefore relieve the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service who are here and the Ministry of Trade and Industry? We'd ask you all to return tomorrow afternoon. I believe the staff of the Parliament would liaise with you all with respect to the time of your attendance tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You were at which one? Will you remind us?
So can we therefore continue? And I believe we are at 004 international bodies. Can we go on to item 007, which is households? Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair, earlier on I alluded to, let me have the attention of the Minister of National Security. Earlier on I alluded to the question of the Civilian Conservation Corps, and I asked where it was incorporated, and here it is, I've seen it. And I've seen the allocation of 58 million. Could the Minister indicate to us how many trainers there are in the program and how many trainees are trained on an annual basis in the Civilian Conservation Corps?
I'll have to provide you that at a later date. I do not have those figures here. I can provide you with it. All right. Would you repeat the amount of trainers and the amount of trainees?
Trainees, yes.
In the Civilian Conservation Corps.
Madam Chair, if I can probably guide the Honourable Minister, my information from the past being in Cabinet, we had raised this issue that they needed to look at the question of the cost factor, because my colleague, Member of Parliament for Chaguanas East, reminds me as well
with the trainees right now,
that we believe that there were about 300 trainees per year, and there were about 150 trainers to train these 300 trainees. And from our evaluation, it was excessive to have one trainer to train 2 trainees in the Civilian Conservation Corps. I could be proven wrong. And so therefore to train 300 trainees in the Civilian Conservation Corps for $58 million is an unpardonable sin. And therefore it is important for us to get a clear picture from the Ministry of National Security on this program. We would like to have that program, of course, continued. It is doing a great job. But the excessive expenditure, you need to look at that critically. So perhaps when we get the information from you, the ratio of trainers to trainees is jobs for the boys, Minister of National Security. And it's an excessive flood of people to do the training for these nice young students who are willing to do well and prevent crime.
That's 007, item 4. 007.
Thanks.
I believe we've done households, unless Member of Superior, your question is in households, because we are in households.
Thank you very much, Madam. Through you. Under households, we have 04 mentioned by my colleague, the Civilian Conservation Corps. We have the MILAT, we have the National Youth Service, mentoring program, the National Security Foundation and so on, which represent some substantial amounts of money. However, we have no idea of how these are to be dispersed. It's just given us a transfer of 58 million, a transfer of 15 million, and so on. And my colleague has already asked about trainers and trainees, but we would appreciate for each of these special programs, Honourable Minister, if through the assurance that you can give, because you may not have it, is how much out of that is for recurrent expenditure, for recurrent personnel expenditure for each of these units, and how much out of that 58 million is for goods and services, minor equipment purchases, all the subheads under recurrent expenditure. So for each of these, how much for salaries and wages and the other items of recurrent. For each of these programs, all we have is the block. Is the block allocation for these various programs under households.
Page 147, we had.
Thank you,
Madam. Page 148. Yes.
007.
Yes, we have assurance from the Minister.
Yes, so we will get this in writing and detail as asked by the Honourable Member for Superior. Okay, can we go on to 009 at page 149? Honourable Member for Oropouche East.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of National Security. I just wanted to clarify one matter and ask a direct question. You will continue the MOVA Lavantil initiative, but I noticed there is an estimate of 11.3, down slightly. I just wanted some details as well, because there's a $2 million cut in that initiative. If you can explain that as to what is the status of that program and what is the intention this year in 2016, given the decrease of $2 million in that, it's the MOVA Lavantil initiative. The Office of Law Enforcement Policy number 13, there's something dramatic here. In that 2015, there was a revised estimate of 60 million, more or less, and in 2016, 8 million, a decrease of 52 million. You could probably remind us as to what would have caused that decrease as well, and what are the implications of that. I can ask a follow-up question, but first I just wanted the answer on those two matters.
The decrease is based on really an assessment that we had to cut out waste in the program. So the reduction was based on that. Cut out some of the waste in the program. The other.
And this is now Office of Law Enforcement Policy.
The OLEP is now catered under. IDC is now catered under OLEP.
IDC?
Now moved, it was there initially, it's now moved somewhere else.
What is moved?
IDC is moved, so that's why there's a fit.
IDC has moved elsewhere. Yeah. Law enforcement.
Officer of Law Enforcement
Policy.
They run it, IDC.
IDC.
And immigration.
So the Office of Law Enforcement Policy runs
a program called IDC.
Could we say what is IDC, please?
Immigration Detention Center.
Oh, so is it that this has been moved to another sub-item?
That's correct. Yes.
Immigration Detention Center. Yeah. We just completed that.
OLEP runs the detention center. Yes, OLEP runs the detention center. The detention center expenditure has been moved to another.
And the OLEP's money has gone to IDC. So this 53 million has gone to IDC, is that what you're saying?
Community control.
Your comfort control people, which we are looking at to make sure it is not wasteful, used to be run by the office, the OLEP office. So your comfort patrols and the detention center were catered under this head before. Those have been moved to their own subheads. If you look down below at item 23. Look down below at item 23. I know you don't want to look, but look down at item 23 and you'll see at 20 million that used to be under the OLEP. Okay? And the detention center now has its own, no, not there, elsewhere.
So could I ask, therefore, that the Honorable Minister of National Security maybe can find that cross-reference and let us know later in these proceedings?
No, it's much more than that. It's much more than that.
All right, so we'll just defer the response to this during the course of these proceedings. Okay? Honorable Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. If I could just crave your indulgence for 1 minute to just go back to sub-item 7, item 9, which is School Discipline Initiative. Minister of National Security, noting the fact that we've had such a high incident lately of all these videos circulating on social media with school children displaying some very unruly behavior, I notice in the budget here that there has been no subventions in terms of that school discipline initiative. I was wondering if that is something that was prudent to take off, or has it been transferred across the Ministry of Education to deal with under that heading? Thank you.
This is page 148, item 09.
That's correct.
Is not under national security at this time.
Okay.
Okay, can we then go to...
Madam Chairman, with your leave, to answer a question raised before, contrary to the assertion that detention center is only 400,000, if you go to page 142, item goods and services, immigration detention center, total is $22 million. So it's $22 million for that. And that is just one item of expenditure for Immigration Detention Center, because they also have personal expenditure, they have minor equipment purchases for the Immigration Detention Center, so I'll come up to a considerable sum, plus the 20 million for the Community Comfort Police. That is where the 52 million reduction came from. It's all there in the documents.
That is, I would like to ask the Minister of National Security a direct question now. Is it that you are cutting the Community Comfort Patrol program? And if you are, could you give us could you tell us what was spent in 2015 on the Community Comfort Patrol program, which areas were serviced, and what is the intention in 2016, whether it is to cut the program and reduce the amount of patrols, and if you are reducing the amount of patrols, in which areas do you intend to reduce the amount of patrols? Because it may well be that you are cutting the budget for that program.
The intention is to make it more effective and efficient going forward, and whatever it takes to make it more efficient and
so
effective.
If it is a reduction and a cut and a reduction and so on, it's fine.
It's not a reduction. It's a new item of $20 million.
Yeah, it's new. It's a new sub-item. Madam Chair, on the explanation given by... Sorry,
please. Honourable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam. On the explanation given by the Honourable Minister of Finance, it does not add up to say that under the IDC, at page 141, Immigration Detention Center carried forward, the total there was 21 million, carried over to the other page to a total of 22.1 million allocated for 2016. To say that originally this was under the OLEP and is now taken out to go under IDC, because you will see in 2014 you had actual expenditure under IDC. In 2015, you have revised expenditure on the IDC, so it was not under the OLEP. It was under its own head or item. So it is not correct, in my respectful view, to say that 53 million has now been decreased because you take it out and send it to IDC. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
That is the information we've been provided with.
Okay, well, it is not accurate. Therefore, has to be.
Could we get from the Honorable Minister of National Security an undertaking to clarify this item?
Maybe you were paying twice for the same item. Who knows?
May we go on, please, Honorable Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, the issue of the reduction to the mobile Aventil initiative and OLEP was dealt with by the member for Approach East. So,
Honorable Member for Couva now. No?
Madam Chair, the question was previously answered, so thank you.
Okay, Honorable Member for Orapooch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am on item 12, and I see there is an increase of $1 million for HIV/AIDS coordinating unit. Is it to the Honorable Minister of National Security? Is it that increase is for an anticipation of an increase in AIDS cases? I'm not sure.
It is for training, more for training purposes, training and educational purposes.
Okay, and I'm not. Don't think it's in any condescending way. It is a serious question I'm asking. I was not addressing you.
Has the question been answered?
Yeah. And another thing, please, Minister, is it that the predicate offences, which will fall under the RICO offences, is it encompassed in your anti-money laundering of terrorism compliance unit? The RICO offences, which are predicate offences, is it that is included in 1.8, which is your anti-money laundering of terrorism compliance unit? I can need some clarification, or perhaps you.
That is for the special unit.
If I may, the RICO offences.
Honorable Minister of National Security, have you finished your response?
Yes, I have.
Honorable Attorney General.
Perhaps I may lend some assistance.
Yeah.
The RICO offences and money laundering and terrorism are all separately managed in the architecture of government.
Okay.
The Ministry of Finance has certain supervisory aspects, the Attorney General's office and the Ministry of National Security. Counter-terrorism is dealt with by the Ministry of National Security. The Ministry of Finance deals with the FIU and in particular the money laundering aspect that may come out of that.
Okay.
The Proceeds of Crime Act is a mix between agencies. The DPP deals with some of those as well. So insofar as the RICO may be a combination of events, it may be spread across Ministry of Finance, Ministry of the Attorney General, and also Ministry of National Security, depending upon how it is arranged. So I don't think that we could get one clear-cut answer to a very good question on that aspect. So perhaps we could look at that a little further.
Yeah. Thank you, Kylie.
May we have the member for Caroni East?
009, subhead 02, Strategic Services Agency, $100 million. Would it be possible for the Minister of National Security to give us...
Excuse me, is it 100?
100 million, yeah.
Thank you.
100 million. Would it be possible for you to give us an idea of the breakdown, cost of personnel, cost of the other sub-items, goods and services, and equipment, minor equipment? And also, as I'm on that, if you take two questions, the second one, is the transit police unit. There's an increase. Is that the transit police service unit for the priority bus route?
That is item 16?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. That answers the second question, but the first one, I'd wait for the answer.
You're not getting that information.
Can't get that today?
Do I understand the Minister of Finance to say, because of public policy reasons of a national security nature,
Yes, ma'am.
that information cannot be made
Yes,
available?
ma'am. That is the Strategic Services Agency, the agency that Reshmi Ramnarayan was put to head.
Is that the same
at one
agency
point
where a
in time.
guy called Vincent Clement had $5 million sitting at the side to pay people to bring information?
Member for Caroni East. Could we, and therefore could we, I believe the response is that it's because of public policy, this is a matter of national security and therefore cannot be made available. I believe that is the answer that we've got.
How much is being spent for salaries and wages?
National
That's what the
security.
question is. How much out of that 100 million is for salaries and wages?
National
Is that
security.
for public policy
For equipment.
to protect? We're not asking whom or how many. How much is for salaries and wages?
Did you ever provide that information when
Did you ever ask for it?
Yes, we did. Did you?
You did not ask for it.
Honorable
Look, I'm
Minister
not
of
speaking
Finance,
positively.
is the information going to be made, Honorable Minister of Finance, is the information going to be made available?
No, Madam Chairman, this is a highly
This is on the basis
sensitive.
of public
This is
policy.
a highly sensitive, probably the most sensitive intelligence agency in the country. And to give that kind of information will compromise our national security system, and the Leader of the Opposition should know that.
And they answered that way when we asked them.
And they answered just that way when he asked the same question last year.
Services agency.
Of individuals.
Of individuals in that area. They didn't think it difficult to ask that question, and they hammered us for year after year on that same question, and the answer was forthcoming to them. Why is it that they're reluctant now to give the answer to us, particularly of salaries? Are they paying somebody $50 million per year, or are they paying somebody $10 million per year? We're not asking who is the person, but it is important for the country to know how the money is spent.
But if I understood the question, Honorable Member for Caroni East, you didn't even ask, as you're saying now, for a person. You asked for the total category
Yeah, even
of
that
salaries and
is,
wages.
even that is easier for them to
And
answer.
therefore, the government has said that it's a matter for public, based on public policy, national security reasons.
Paying the same
I am
people
not
you were
comforted
paying.
by that, Madam
Haven't made any changes.
There's no
yet.
comfort to me.
You should know.
Are we? Who else do we have? 1 minute, please. Approach East, I'll take Approach East first before.
I want to ask this community police. No,
You'll give way. So, Honorable Member for Siparia.
Line item 23, please. Thank you, ma'am. If the minister would kindly, if the minister could kindly, the others could kindly allow me to hear what the minister's response would be with respect to Community Comfort Patrol Program of 20 million, the new sub-item. How is this to be worked, and how many patrols are we looking at? What personnel, what numbers are we looking at? How will it work? Because it's a new sub-item.
This is going to be reviewed right now. The Community Comfort Patrol will be reviewed right now for its effectiveness and efficiency, and going forward, we know what kind of adjustment would be made.
So whilst it's being reviewed, will it continue or will it be stopped?
No, it will continue while it's being reviewed.
It will continue. So whilst it's continuing, how is it working, continuing?
Way you had it work.
Okay.
There's no changes now. It's working.
I'm not saying
That's why the examination is how it's doing right now.
you have 20 million.
Therefore, we examine what it's doing right now
You
and to see its effectiveness and efficiency.
How does
And based on that examination, adjustment will be made.
You may or may not change for the way forward, Minister.
I don't know what the
But at the
examination will
present,
be.
you say it's continuing. So do we have 10 patrols, 20 patrols?
So,
Madam Chair,
can I,
through you.
honorable
The
members,
same way I left.
the question is how it's going to be run, and I understand the answer to be that it's going to be continue to be operated in the same way until policy. Can we therefore ask in writing that we say how it operates currently? And again, that will be dealt with as an assurance. Okay?
That's one. Number 21.
Yes?
National Security Training Academy.
Yes.
Is this the academy for the training of police officers, or is it a training for whom? And where is that? Yes. Yeah, but we want to know what you're doing. We're asking. No.
Okay, please, members. The question is National Security Training Academy.
Yeah.
For whom does that institution
And yeah, who are being trained in the
provide?
academy? And how many are being trained?
Again, what is the personnel?
Provides training for
the trainers, the
defense
amount of
force and
trainees.
protective services. I don't have the figures right now. But the numbers right now, but it provides training for both the police service and the defense force and protective services.
Center or many centers across the country?
One center.
Madam Chair, through you, I must object. The honourable member for Diego Martin West is insisting you know. There are members in this parliament who are new and do not know. There are members in this parliament who do not know.
Members,
and they have a duty to say they do not know or to answer the question.
We are wasting precious time with respect to getting responses for this very important exercise. Honourable Minister of Finance, I share the view that while some members here are extremely experienced and understand everything that is here, but even though the ones who are asking the questions may know the answer, it may also assist members who don't even understand what the question is. So I will permit the question, and I would ask if we could all be very respectful in giving the answers so that we can all benefit. Can we proceed? Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Caroni East. So we were asking the question, and I believe
the amount of personnel who do the training, how many trainees are being trained on an annual basis, and all the other areas under goods and services.
And this is with respect to the National Security Training Academy. And I believe the Honourable Minister of National Security gave an assurance that the information will be forthcoming in writing. And we know, Honourable Member for Caroni East, please. We know this is an assurance, and it will be dealt with in a particular way.
I just want to include one thing, how much of it for salaries particularly?
But I think he understands, with the greatest respect, all of that.
Madam Chair, I see today we are 7 minutes to the hour, now 6 minutes to the hour, and we want to stop at 8. So do we proceed to development program, or do we leave the 8 minutes to start tomorrow?
I would want to suggest, having regard to our rate of progress, that every minute counts. So I would suggest that we end at 8.
Okay.
Even if we took 3 more items, it will be 3 items less.
I just have one question, Madam Chair. I have one question on the draft estimates of expenditure under head 22.
Could you assist us by referring to the page?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll try and find the page now.
Page 149?
No.
Is this cybersecurity?
No.
Page 149?
149, yes.
We are not under Ministry of National Security?
Item 22.
Head 20.
Head 22.
We are somebody cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Page 149.
149?
Yeah, 92.
Thank you very much.
Page 92, I
Thank
think
you
he's
very
referring. Page 92. I don't know what's there, but.
So members, we are in the draft estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2016. This book, page 92. Yes, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yes. The cybersecurity. Are they for personnel? Because it seems that that's a major important issue now.
Can I just ask for a little further guidance? I am really not seeing cyber security on page 92, head 22.
Page, let me see it.
There's one, the same 149, number 22. Same page it was on.
149. Yeah, yeah.
So we are under, we are at page 149.
On the cybersecurity program.
Cybersecurity.
22, just before we close.
Sub-item 22. Thank you.
Is that a functional unit with legal capabilities, or is it, since we need to answer that question from the Attorney General, the cybersecurity unit, does it have a legal capacity? And who, under what department the cybersecurity unit comes? Yeah, but which, police, who? Yeah, sure, but
Ministry.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, there is a, through you, Madam Chair,
yes.
Member of Caroni East, forgive me, Madam Chair, old habits, Member for Caroni East, cybersecurity is an area of law that is actually manned by several entities. There is a cybersecurity unit in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and a cybercrime unit that deals with some security aspects, but there's a cybersecurity unit specifically in the Ministry of National Security. In fact, that is something which is under review right now because we have been in default of some of our major international obligations. So that unit is the one that we're speaking about under national security, as distinct from the cybercrime unit at the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
So there's a differentiation. One looks at national security matters and one looks at police matters.
Crimes may be partly taken up by cybersecurity, and as you would be aware, there was a very large National Security Council, I believe some 17 members in the past government-wide association, but for the benefit of new members. The National Security Council is in constant coordination, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service report, as do the Ministry of National Security, to the National Security Council, so that if there is some degree of confluence between the cybercrime and the cyber security, those things are picked up at the National Security Council level.
Where does this one lie?
This particular one that we're dealing with, under this head, under this item, is under the Ministry of National Security.
What does it do then?
What does it do?
They put it in.
Yeah. This was a unit which was constructed under previous government, and insofar as the item head came forward from the previous years, and this being a division which is to be reviewed in the overall architecture, it was seen fit to maintain what was in existence under the previous government, and then to conduct the review and to come back with the efficiency matrix that may need to be applied. But there are international obligations which the Ministry of National Security has specific conduct of and for, and the Ministry of National Security can't just give it up specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Could I ask in the 15 seconds remaining, ma'am? The cyber security program under national security, and I'm speaking to the Minister of National Security, is this also under review as everything else that you are reviewing? And if it is, why did you increase it to $177,000, $178,000?
Time is up.
Yes, it is also, it's also been part of the review, but it's also an operational unit. In other words, there's the cybersecurity research team, so there is ongoing issues that they're dealing with. In fact, it is part of the International Telecommunication Union. There's a relationship there. So we do have some equipment to purchase. Even while we review, it's a functioning unit. That's right.
Sorry? I know it is 8:42, and we promised that we will be finished at 8 o'clock, but we are not as yet finished. We have to set the table for tomorrow. Okay, so because we are still in the midst of national security, we have the development program to do. We have understood, and I think Tobago has already been communicated with, that they will be taken first tomorrow. So I think there needs to be some agreement with respect to how we proceed tomorrow. So is it that we will take Tobago and then continue with the development program for national security? Yes? Okay, so are we going to therefore invite Tobago, the Tobago House Assembly, Ministry of National Security, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service? And I would just wish to caution us. We have 5 days to get this done.
Himself will complete.
Members, I think we...
You're referring to the Minister of Finance?
While we
whose
all...
estimates these are?
Excuse me, please.
You've got to be kidding.
Excuse me, please. While we all need a little relief...
Got to be kidding me.
I think good manners begets good manners. Tolerance begets tolerance. On that note, it is 8:02, and I therefore suspend this standing Finance Committee meeting for tomorrow, which is Thursday, the 15th of October, 2015, at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.